Office, Halepono'i 915420, Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu, Hawaii. And today's date is Tuesday, August the 17th, 2021. The time is now 9:36 a.m. Pursuant to the Governor's Emergency Proclamation related to the COVID-19 emergency, Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 92, regarding public agency meetings and records is currently suspended through October 6, 2021, to the extent necessary to enable boards to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public and to allow state agencies to the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engage in emergency management functions. At this time, we are able to live stream the open portions of this meeting via the DHHL website. Leah, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Awo, Commissioner Helm,
Here.
Commissioner Ka'apu, Commissioner Kalekini,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu,
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o,
Here.
Commissioner Neves,
Aye.
Commissioner Teria,
Aye.
Chair Isla.
Present.
9 members present, we have a quorum.
Mahalo. Okay, so we have carryover items from yesterday's agenda, G2 and E1. We'll take them up during the meeting. The commission is intending to convene in executive session for 60 minutes at noon. Commissioner Ka'apu will run this portion of the agenda. We will start with public testimony on the items. A reminder that each testifier will have 3 minutes. Please mute your live stream upon entering to avoid feedback. Introduce yourself and the item you're testifying on. Before we go to public testimony, a quick reminder, during the open portion of the meetings, commissioners, please say who is in the room with you, if anyone. Keep your camera on unless you're excusing yourself from the meeting. A quorum of commissioners must be visible during the meeting. When we go into executive session, no one can be in the room with you or be able to hear your conversation. You will need to confirm this to the chairman. You won't need to keep your camera on, so you can turn that off if you want. First,
We have a question.
question,
Commissioner Kaupu.
Commissioner Ka'upu.
Chair, this morning I'm in a shared office with my business partner. His name is Trevor Monakia. He will be present in this office from time to time, except during executive session. I'll ask him to step out, and I have the earphones on this morning.
Thank you, Commissioner Ka'upu.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishes to disclose? Anyone else in the room with them at this time? Okay, if not, we will proceed. Thank you. First testifier is Kiani Rawlings Fernandez. Good morning, Kiani.
Aloha, good morning, Chair Isla and commissioners. Wonderful to see you again. Ovao Okiani Rollins Fernandez. I'm the Maui County Council Vice Chair. Mahalo for this opportunity to testify in strong support of agenda item F2, approval to issue a license as easement to County of Maui Department of Fire and Public Safety, Ualapu'e Molokai. I would like to again first mahalo the DHHL staff for recognizing how important this issue is to our community and for expediting this item through the process. Andrew, Kahana, Shelly, Gigi, I'm so grateful to all of you for all of your work and dedication to our beneficiaries across the Pai'aina. Mahalo, Commissioner Helm, for your continued support, and to your wife, Auntie Henrietta, for her supportive testimony at the beneficiary consultation meeting and for sharing key details as a retired emergency service dispatcher for the county. Mahalo to Commissioner Kahanamoku Teruya for your mana'o and support yesterday. Yes, a fire station is absolutely valuable to our beneficiaries. And mahalo to our community for their support in helping us move this through so that we don't miss this opportunity of having a fire station on the east end of our island. So just some quick background, and I know you heard from Fire Chief Brad Ventura yesterday. Our community, and specifically my office, has been searching for a parcel to relocate our Puko'o fire station for years, and finally found a parcel on the east end just in time before the hard decision would have to be made to not have a fire station on the east end of our island, which would be detrimental. A fire station is a not-for-profit commercial is not a for-profit commercial enterprise, where if you charge them a fee, they would pay for it out of their profits and revenue that they generate and would chalk it up as a cost of doing business. A fire station is a public service paid for by our taxpayers. As the Council's budget chair, I strive to make things consistent and as fair as possible via formulas and rationale. So for today, I wanted to break down my thought process and share my recommendations for your consideration on this item. As Commissioner Kahanamoku Teruya pointed out yesterday, fire station is beneficial to the community that it serves. When I first received the email informing us of the cost, I was a bit surprised because it wasn't something that was discussed in the beginning of our meetings. The information shared was that the fair market value was $1.89 per square feet. So I emailed staff hoping to get a better understanding of what that market value meant in this context. Is the $1.89 per square feet the fair market value for sale? If so, why would we use a for sale valuation if the easement will be shared rather than for exclusive use? Is there a different valuation formula between a public service and a business entity? And so I researched other licenses in DHHL's 2020 annual report, and this is what I found. We have a fire station Ho'olehua that is on 0.48 of an acre, or approximately 20,000 square feet. And a fire station in Nanakuli on the same amount of land, about 20,000 square feet. And the fire station in Nanakuli paid $10,000 pays $10,000 per year for that license, whereas Ho'olehua, there is no fee. And then there's a fire station in Kapolei that is on 2 acres, or approximately 86,000 square feet for $10,000 a year, which is the same amount as the fire station in Nanakuli. So, there's a little bit of a discrepancy there that perhaps via policy, it would be something that the commission would like to explore more. And then I looked into road easements. The city and county of Honolulu in Kapolei pays $0 for a non-exclusive road easement, as well as the county of Hawaii, a non-exclusive road easement of 1.211 acres for $0 fee. Staff informed me that they reduced the 189 per square feet to 142 to account for the improvement of cleared and paved road and to account for the public service aspect. So my proposal for the commission's consideration today is to apply the 142 per square feet to the easement areas that would be more exclusive, which are about 9,000 square feet on the west and north of the property for about $12,780, which is 142 times 9,000. And for the east easement, which is a shared easement that does not take away land that would be used for another purpose, that land to the adjacent TMK was planned for a road anyway.
Excuse me, Kenny, can you please?
My 3 minutes are up.
Yes, please. Can you wrap up?
Okay. And lastly, I would ask that the commission consider removing the requirement of a fence. The intention of that road was to be non-exclusive, to be shared with the adjacent TMK. So if a fence is constructed, it would become more exclusive. And so if at the appropriate time a fence is desired, I would absolutely advocate for a fence to be built at that time. Mahalo again for this opportunity to testify. I will stick around if the commissioners have any questions, and I'm also happy to email this. Mahalo, Chair Ayla.
Hey, mahalo. I'll ask commissioners if they have any questions right now for you.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kiani. It was an excellent testimony. And yes, I do support this proposal by the Kauai County Fire Department. And thank you for pointing out all of these details that may have some consideration. But thank you for filling us in on the comparisons for the the cost of the per square foot for the easement. And I just want to thank you for pushing this as hard as you are, and appreciate your testimony this morning. Thank you. Mahalo.
Mahalo,
Thank you, Zach.
Commissioner Helm.
Thank you, Zachary. Any other questions from commission members?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Patty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone, commissioners. Mahalo for your testimony and doing all these research to inform us of how important F2 item will be on the agenda and for the community. It is, and you made mention, which really touched my heart, is this is not for profit. And so when we have a fire station, it's not for profit. I always have to look through my eyes and say it's for public safety, you know, the fire department, and that will benefit our people and many other people. And so when I did look through the annual report book and made mention, and you kind of comment on that, was a lot of government entity, Hawaiian Tel, Hawaiian Electric, they don't pay anything. It's provided for services on the department. And so I don't have the book with me, it's on my office, but I did kind of browse through it. And, you know, we are very fortunate that we do have Nanakuli Fire Station located on the Department Hawaiian Homestead. And it's not just that, they provide, the men there are great men. Some of them live in our community, they're homesteaders too. And you know, you have a relationship, but they open up their fire stations also for the schools that are around, our keikis, and then they have fire education there. And the kupunas go there and harass the men because they're all kind of good looking. But anyway, thank you very much for this information. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this time.
Okay, thank you,
Aloha.
Patty.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Mahalo, Patty. Other commissioners? Okay, see none. Thank you very much, Kian.
Mahalo, Chair.
Next testifier is Cora Schnackenberg. Good morning, Cora. Cora, you're on mute. Can you please unmute?
So sorry. Good morning, commissioners and Chair. Thank you. It's nice.
Cora, you're on mute. Can you please unmute?
So sorry. Good morning, commissioners and Chair. Thank you. It's nice.
Cora, you're on mute. Can you please unmute?
I have.
So sorry. Good morning, commissioners and Chair.
Can you hear me?
Cora, can you get out of the live feed? Get out of the live feed.
I'm sorry.
You know, your YouTube live feed, can you shut that off?
I have.
Okay, try
I
now
have.
then.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Kiani did a great job in presenting. There is a few things that I want to clarify for all of you that in details. She spoke about the difference between looking at whether or not it is feasible, is that all her research was done, which was awesome. The difference is that it is around the waitlisters' land, DHHL land. These are waitlisters. Yes, our people can benefit from having a fire department, but let's not have the professionalism blocks the opportunity of helping the community at needs. And these are the justification. Molokai is the highest unemployment rate. The cost of gas is $5.14. And 40% is an increase to import goods, which take a cost in our groceries. So yes, I'm here to advocate that we love to have a fire department. We are on the same page. But whether or not the people, our future homesteaders gets the help that they need. And that's what we're looking at. The other thing I wanted to shed light that when we look at the TMK, there is a discrepancy. The discrepancy is you got 36, yeah? If you look at your folks' report, your map, 36 is on the top of the rectangle. 27 is at the bottom of the rectangle, near the east side of the property of the fire department. Now, when we talk about fencing, it is safety. It is safety for our future homesteaders because they call it shared. A lot of these things was not brought to the community beneficiary. This is all new stuff. They talked about 27 of being the easement and widening it up. 36 was never looked at, taking it all the way through 36. They talked about the existing on the west side on TMK 01, but 36 is not. Now, when they talked about fence, it was fencing on the TMK 27. It's the main highway going into the main entrance on the east side of the property. And now they're talking about taking it from the 27 all the way to 36. That wasn't spoken about in our meeting. So if you look back on G1 yesterday, you look at Gigi's report and you look at those slides, it never mentioned going through 36. So those are inaccurate reports. I totally support having a fire department with some conditions. And safety, yes. Fencing, yes. We need that for our homesteaders. The other thing that was mentioned is that none of any of her staff except Chantel Lindo, who is from her office of Molokai, was the only one that was in communication with us. And we have told her what was our needs. Now, if that communication never got into her office, then that's between their internal stuff. But we were very clear with Chantel Lindo. And so I am very honored to share my mana'o. And like your commissioners, you are there to look out for the best interest of our people, the waitlisters. And I really think that our waitlisters have waited a long time. And every inch that belongs to the waitlisters are accountable for the waitlisters. Not to say that we don't want the fire department, but there should be some compensation. And 1.42, well, we're looking at a little bit more to help our homesteaders offset the cost so our people can be on their land. Mahalo for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Cora. Commissioners, any questions for Cora? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Cora. We will go to Mahina
Thank
Poi Poi.
Mahalo.
Okay, so let's go to Lana Gambill Iona first. Lana, are you there? All right. Lana, can you unmute, please?
She's still talking, Chair. She's still unmuted, but she has to unmute.
Lana, can you
Okay, there you
unmute, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Aloha, good morning. Aloha, Chairman Ayla and Commissioners. I would like to address the panel by first sending my gratitude and appreciation for the opportunity to request land use at Kauai High for a church. And my name is Lana Leilani Gambill Iona, and I am an alaka'i for the International Church of the Four Square Gospel, which is an evangelical Pentecostal Christian denomination. And under that, we sit God Squad Kauai High Church. I currently work for Queens North Hawaii Community Hospital in Kamuela, And our Ohana lives on homestead land in Kamuela and also in Kauai. I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a grandmother, a sister, an auntie, and a passionate community member, requesting land use at Kauai to reestablish once again a place where we can come together down there and to be spiritually nourished. I kind of wrote some notes so that I can stay on point because I know I only have 3 minutes, right?
Yes.
The last standing church at Kauai was in 1959. It was the Ke'oloho Church, which was established on Hawaiian Homes land. It is a place where today, still till today, we have our kupuna who are buried on these grounds at Kauai. So the Akau family, my family is on Akau. My grandmother was Mary Camilla Ako Akau. And she was one of the original leasees in Kauai on the Makai side of the road where the old homestead is. I am a third generation Akau, and our moku auhau is from this special place that we call home for many generations. Our ohana, along with the God Squad Kauai Church, humbly asked of the commissioners and the chair members to prayerfully grant our request for land use at Kauai. We know that it is every community's spiritual right to have a decent place to worship, to have fellowship, to pray, to share the gospel, to nourish ourselves, a place where we can baptize our young and our old, to marry our ohana, and to bury our kupunas, to celebrate birthday luau's and have a place for our youth ministries and our outreach programs. A place where our community can be spiritually nourished through our faith and hope, which is our substance for life. Our Kauai community has a definite need through our church efforts, which have been ongoing since August 2015, when our church planting humbly began at Pukailima. Then we went on to Ohaiula at Spencer Beach, to where we currently are at the Kailapa community. The Uhane Hemolele has kept us at the Kauai area, for it is a long-term goal and a vision of the God Squad Kauai Church, which our mission is to advance God's kingdom. And the vision that we have is to lead people to the transforming love of Jesus Christ. That is our mission and our vision under the Foursquare denomination. Our God Squad Kauai Church has been impacting our community through our many outreaches in ministry till today in 2021. We have established our connection into our community through our Keiki Snack Pack program. And during the pandemic, we have had to find innovative ways to reach out into the community, because a lot of the community is not quite comfortable in coming to church. And so we go and we find ways to be the ecclesia outside of the church. We established our Keiki Snack Pack program, which reaches over or about 150 children in the Kauai area, from Kauai Village to the old homestead to Kailapa and that surrounding area. During our Christmas season, we partnered with a motorcycle ministry, and we were able to do a toys collection. And we were able, through that partnership with the motorcycle community, to bring in toys and have that partnership, and the love of Christ was poured out through our Keiki and Kauai.
Excuse me, Lana.
Also, yes.
Excuse me, can you wrap up, please?
Okay. Also,
Thank you.
during the pandemic, our church has reached out to some of our most vulnerable families with domestic violence. We have reached out and we have taken food baskets and essential needs baskets to them, which some of our families during this very difficult time has had problems in buying just essential needs like soap, toothpaste, toilet paper, paper towels. So our church has gone into the community with these essential needs baskets and the love of Christ. And so we've also been doing many other things, but our church needs a land, a place to belong. We need some place. Right now, we've been temporarily moving around. We did meet with some of the staff members from the Department of Hawaiian Homes in April of 2018 on the old church ground, requesting land use again. And here we are again today, circling back with you all again, requesting a more permanent home for the church down at Kauai High. And I just thank you all this morning for your time and appreciate the opportunity to ask again for land use at Kauai High for a church. Mahalo.
Thank you, Lana.
Thank you.
I do know that there was a second request for some land that was in our commercial industrially zoned area. So that presented a problem. I will ask land management to take a look at some other sites again and see if there can be some agreement on some sites. So Kahana Albino will reach out to you again.
Okay. Mahalo, Chairman Ayla, and to the commissioners. Thank you.
Mahalo. Any questions for Lana, commission members? Okay. See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mahina Poi Poi is next.
Hi, let me
Hi,
just
aloha,
get
Mahina.
my screen up. Hi, my name is Mahina Poi Poi. I am born and raised on the east end of Molokai. I'm about 3 miles east of Walapue, the proposed location, and about 200 feet from the current location of the fire station. Wanted to testify in support of the approval to the license easement for the County of Maui Department of Fire and Public Safety with one amendment for your consideration. I support the one-time fee as recommended, but I would be cautious about setting a possible precedent of diverting that fee to a group, but that would be at your discretion. I think the 142 per square foot is fair, and this is primarily for driveway widening and a driveway that can and will be shared with DHHL. The land being requested for use, it's really important to state that it will not take away land that would otherwise be used for housing. This is an access easement for driving. So I would also support a lower fee structure as described by Councilmember Rollins Fernandez. In going through these discussions, I understand that there's an opportunity being taken by some to capitalize on furthering the interest of groups and any conceptualizations that they have. But I urge you to prioritize the greatest and most invaluable benefit of maintaining emergency services and first response on the rural east end of Molokai. At the consultation, we heard numerous accounts of how the fire station has impacted the lives of residents and families, myself included. My dad was a retired fire captain and he suffered a series of strokes, and the fire department was able to be there within minutes. He was also a waitlister who died waiting. So your support on this is absolutely benefits your beneficiaries, and I just didn't want that to get lost in the haggling of everything. So the opinion that there are no public benefits associated or that this is an opportunity ripe for leveraging is not a position that is shared by the wider community, and I just wanted you to know that. So the condition that I do recommend, I recommend removing is letter G regarding the fence. I have no doubt that the fire department would willingly install a fence at which time it's deemed necessary for mitigating safety concerns. They are the Department of Fire and Public Safety, but the future of that land is still up in the air, and to require such finality for a plan that doesn't exist for lessees that haven't been designated is, in my opinion, premature and inappropriate to include at this time. But absolutely having that discussion when we reach that point in time, when there is a plan, when lessees are designated, and when there is a timeline, I think would be more appropriate. Yep, that's all I got. Thank you so much. My name is Mahina Poi Poi. I am testifying on behalf of myself today. Thank you.
Hello, Mahina. Questions, commissioners, for Mahina? Okay, see none. Thank you very, very much, Mahina. You have a good day.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Commission members, that does it for public testimony. We will go to the agenda. And first up is agenda item C5. No, let's go through them.
Decision making.
Let's go C5.
Aloha Chair, members of the Commission, Lehua Kinilau Kano, Legislative Analyst. C5, the recommended motion or action is to accept the 2021 Annual Performance Report, Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant for transmittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD.
Okay, may I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
So commissioners, thank you for that. The draft was submitted at last month's commission meeting. There was a very minor additions. One feedback from HUD for the rental operating subsidy for Waimanalo Kupuna Housing. Our annual memorandum of agreement is for $250,000. There was payment in the last fiscal year for $312,500. That's $62,500 paid for the first quarter of this fiscal year. And so that was added to the annual performance report to explain that additional amount in last year's fiscal year. The other addition, I did get one comment that I did reference in the submittal about leveraging the HASDA funds more. I definitely take that comment to heart, and we will look at ways that we can better leverage NAHASDA. We're already getting more funds from the federal government, primarily for emergency rental assistance, but also a homeowner assistance fund, which we hope to launch by September 1st. We went out for a request for professional services because the governor's emergency proclamation did not allow for suspension of procurement. So we have to go through that process. We did get one vendor who responded, and we're hopeful to get a contract in place so lessees can get assistance for mortgage and utilities under this new program. I also wanted to mention that I did receive a comment yesterday, and I don't know if the comment was in response to the submittal in this packet. The individual asked about the 15.5 million that's encumbered. We have about 14.5 million for rental assistance under contract with both 5 million for AEW and about 8.5 million, 9.5 million with Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. So that alone is the 14.5 million for rental assistance. We have another 1 million in CIP projects. That's for engineering at East Kapolei 2C, construction management at La'iopua Village 4, Keokea Waiahuli, and also for engineering and design for Anahola and Ho'olehua water systems. So that's where the 15.5 million is encumbered. So I will respond to that individual who reached out, and I also wanted to provide the commission that information as well. The other question that was asked at last month's meeting that I just wanted to follow up, I did not include it in the actual report that will be submitting to HUD. I wasn't asked for that information, but I wanted to provide it to this commission since you did ask. For the 142 families that received rental assistance, 94 are on Oahu. This is with Aloha United Way. 94 are on Oahu, 30 are on Maui, 14 are on Hawaii Island, and 4 is on Kauai. For the 250 families who received assistance through CNHA, 161 are on Oahu, 35 is on Maui, 30 is on Hawaii Island, 14 is on Kauai, 9 is on Molokai, and 1 is on Lanai. So I just wanted the commission to know. So by breakdown for AUW, 66% is on Oahu, 21% on Maui, 10% on Hawaii Island, and 3% on Kauai. And then for CNHA, 64% on Oahu, 14% on Maui, 12% on Hawaii Island, 6% on Kauai, 4% on Molokai, and less than 1% on Lanai. So I just wanted to get you that information since you were asking for the breakdown by island. So with that, that's the, unless there's any questions.
Okay, are there questions for Lehua?
I have, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Patty.
It's not really a question, it's just a comment. Wanted to thank Lehua and her team working on the NAHASDA proposals and providing us with these accurate numbers that will give us a background of how our program is moving forward to help a lot of our waitlisters and DHHL recipients. So it's just a comment of thank you very much for this report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Patty. Any other questions, comments? Not all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? See none, the motion carries. We'll go to C6 since you're there.
C6, motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission accept the 2021 abbreviated APR NHHPG made available under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021.
Can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. When I provided the draft annual performance report to HUD, I was reminded by HUD about our 2021 abbreviated APR. I explained to HUD no funds were expended in last fiscal year, as you will see in the report. By the time the American Rescue Plan Act became law in March, and then we got guidance from HUD on how to disperse those funds in April. The earliest we could bring it to the commission was in May. I sent the abbreviated housing plan that same day the commission approved it to HUD. We received a grant agreement from HUD on June 7th, entered into a contract with CNHA that same day. And then by June 25th, CNHA started accepting applications for the program. And they did submit an invoice, but they did not receive funds until July 6th. So really all I have to report is that information to HUD. But I was instructed by HUD to still provide that information in this report. Just to provide you folks, so you folks are aware, as of August 6th with CNHA, with this $5 million, we've dispersed $1 million to them. They have 89 applications approved so far to date. And then they had a number of individuals submitted. They have in different stages of getting the information they need. There were some disqualified because they already are receiving assistance from other programs. But again, we have about 1.3 million that we've already dispersed of this 5 million. And again, this bucket helps all Native Hawaiians, not just our beneficiaries. So,
Yeah. Okay, questions for Lehua?
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no questions, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
If there are concerns about this, I will want to cover today is that Afghanistan could indeed.
Oh, there's some conversation. So was that just an aye? I'm gonna assume it was an aye. So motion carries. Thank you, Lehua. We're gonna go to F2.
Thank you.
F2.
Morning, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. Item number F2, LMD is seeking approval to issue a license for easement. County of Maui, Department of Fire and Public Safety, Walapui Island of Molokai, TMKs is listed.
Okay, can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Proceed.
This action is a two-part motion. First is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to issue a license as listed there. And two, to authorize the issuance of a license for easement to licensee covering the subject area under the terms and conditions cited below, which is noted on the submittal, which are by this reference incorporated herein and further subject to the following. And number 3, sorry, one more. Declare that after considering the potential effects of the proposed disposition as provided by Chapter 343 HRS and Chapter 11, 200.1 Hawaii Administrative Rules, this project will probably have minimal or no significant effect on the environment.
Commissioners, questions for Kana?
Question.
Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kahana.
Yep.
I have a question on this recommendation F2. I know we heard testimony and we supported the beneficiaries consultation earlier. In this approval that we approve today, is there going to be discussion of the concerns of the fence and what is the cost on the square footage? Is that going to be further discussed?
That's going to be because the fire department has not finalized their survey yet. So the rent, the fee will be determined upon their completion of the survey, and we'll apply that fee of $1.42 as determined in our submittal, and apply that square footage that they complete or find the area multiplied by that $1.42.
So then this again will come back to the commission, or no, after they move forward with the fire department, it'll just move forward then?
It'll just move forward. I just wanted to make sure I note the square footage cost. The square footage, we're hoping right around 15,000, I think, square feet. And we'll wait till then, until the completion of the survey.
So if there wants to be discussion amongst commission members about the fence or about the amount, the $1.42, this is the time to have that discussion.
I see. All right. Thank you, Kahana. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Russell?
Yeah, Kahana, the fencing requirement that's in the license.
Correct. It's
I was
item
trying
number.
I was trying to understand whether, so what is the department's position on the fencing? Is it necessary? Is it a benefit? I see that it came from the community meetings, but do we agree? Do our development guys agree that the fence is needed and is smart to put in at this point? Because we've heard 2 people tell us that we should wait and do it later.
I'll have Andrew answer that as he was present at the consultation meetings.
Aloha, Commissioner Ku'upu. Thank you for the question.
Yeah.
I think as was articulated during public testimony and also in item G1, the planning department will be starting a Kuleana settlement plan for Uaupue on Moloka'i for the land tracts that are surrounding the area. Once we go through that planning process, we'll have a better idea of what the ingress and egress to the property will be and where the location of homestead settlement will be located. So I think at that time, at the completion of the planning process, we'll be better able to decide whether a fence would be a benefit or have a negative impact on the Kuleana settlement plan. So once we complete the planning process, we would be better able to determine the utility of a fence and its location.
So then that makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense. So Kahana, where the license states the installation of the fencing as a requirement, we really should make it at our direction. They'll install the fencing, not that they'll do it.
It's required.
Yeah, automatically.
As Commissioner, as I read condition G, it says the licensee shall install fencing along the eastern boundary of the TMK and be responsible for all and bore all costs. However, in the last sentence, it says fencing, design, and installation are subject to DHHL's review and consent from the chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. So
you read that to mean that you may tell him not to put the fence in? And
we left wiggle room to review based upon any type of not occupation, but settlement in the area
So that last sentence that you read is your wiggle room sentence?
That is my read of the sentence, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Dennis?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, God, am I to understand that there is a one-time fee, not an annual fee?
Correct, a one-time fee for the easement.
Okay, thank
So
you.
once the meets and bounds have been determined, we're gonna charge them that fee and they pay us that fee and that's done.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Just want to
Based
clarify.
on $1.42, yeah.
Right, correct. Thank you.
Patty?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just the last one, and it came into my mind just listening to some of the, maybe Andrew can answer that. Did I kind of hear clearly that a community benefit package was discussed and was requested for this project? And for me, is it feasible to ask for a community benefit package for a county fire station or police station that provide public safety?
I can answer your first question. During beneficiary consultation, there were comments that were received from beneficiaries requesting community benefits in addition to the services provided by our fire station. Whether or not the department should be seeking community benefits for government services or from nonprofit entities that lease or license Hawaiian homelands, I think that's a subject for further discussion with the commission.
Yeah, and I think it's a healthy discussion because when you look at first responders, whether it's a fire department or police station, and something that comes up like this for an approval to provide these services with not-for-profit kind of requests. I mean, and this is just my mana'o, and other people on live stream may not like that, but to request a community benefit package from our first responders, I don't feel good about it. I mean, you know, I know that these fire stations and police stations are county taxpayers' dollars. So isn't that you're requesting community package from the county and taxpayers, Andrew?
Yeah, the funding source for the community benefit package would come from the county, which is financed by the taxes that the county collects.
Okay. And okay, thank you for that. And you know, I for one do support waitlisters, but as a commissioner, and I know how Molokai, and listening to our commissioner from Molokai, Mr. Helm, and just reading the documents, I feel that it is very important that a fire station to provide public safety for the community should be in priority. And that's just my mana'o, you know, and I just wanted to say that I don't want to be in the middle of waitlister and public safety, but I will support the public safety and this measure. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Randy?
So I just wanted to add to some of the mana'o that's already come across the table. I do understand when waitlisters are wanting to hold the department accountable to.
Randy, sorry, we cannot hear you on the mic.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Still cannot hear.
Cannot
Oh,
hear.
wait, is there an on button?
Oh my God. Turn it on.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Still not working.
Hearing me. I'll go borrow David's. Or maybe that'll plug on me. Okay, how about now?
That works. Thank you.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
So just to add to the mana'o coming across the table this morning and yesterday, I'm going to start by saying I do support the fire station proposal. I do understand that waitlisters, beneficiaries, etc., they have a right, and I think it's prudent for them to question the department about how we're going to use that easement. But there is a direct benefit to our beneficiaries as well as to others. And I think the package and the benefits that come with the fire station warrants that we we consider reducing the amount required of the fire department to reflect what's appropriate in striking the right balance. So, you know, we have support from our Molokai commissioner, we have support from various members of the community. And if I recall, what Andrew mentioned yesterday, there were 40 people who were part of the consultation. Approximately, and the vast majority of the participants support this project. And so I support the project as well. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Randy. First, we have Dennis, then Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I think there was some mention yesterday about taking a deeper dive on community benefit. I think this sort of leads us right into that. And I think the commission needs to look at what we've done in the past with community benefit. And hopefully the department can put that information together so we can have a more in-depth conversation on what we do with community benefits going into the future. But I agree with the project. I think it's important to have fire protection. And I think the part of the community benefits is going to be paid for by the county through taxes. So the community is actually going to be paying themselves. So I would say that we need to move forward and provide these kind of amenities to our communities without strapping them with a community benefit. I think this is one of the things we need to really get a deeper dive into as we look at community benefits and establish a sound policy for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Kahana, presentation. First and foremost, I want to express my support for granting this, issuing a license of easement for the fire station on Molokai. And I wanted to mention a little bit with regards to the mention of community benefits. I think the fire station in itself is just an awesome community benefit. You know, they're going to be closer to the folks there, further out on the east end. And I think that in itself is a fantastic benefit to the community there. I wanted to mention a little bit about the pricing, and I have a question for Kahana. So Councilwoman Rollins Fernandez mentioned some other pricing, with, for example, I think she said Nanakuli pays 10,000 and Kapolei was less or something like that. Are those annual fees or are they like a one-time payment like we're proposing here?
Those are annual fees. I mean, that's actual fire stations. In this case, this is just an easement. They have a fire station already they bought, or a piece of property that they're going to use for the fire station, So these are only easements.
Okay, so the other properties mentioned then are entire fire stations. This is just the easement, and that's why we're only proposing a one-time fee.
Correct.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. So basically, that's all I wanted to add. I do support approving this. Thank you, Chair and Kana and everyone else.
Thank you, Mike. David?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Hold on, David.
Chair.
Colleen?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to express my strong support for this particular project. I consider Molokai a very special place. And I strongly support our collaboration with Ms. Rollins Fernandez's proposal, with aspects of her proposal that are mutually beneficial to both Molokai and our department. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. David, and then Zach.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure, Kahana, the entirety of the easement that's going to be provided is going to be non-exclusive. Is that right? So
correct.
The department will still have access.
Correct.
Over that. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, David. Zach?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate everyone's support. Yeah, you know, myself, I'm concerned about the waiting list as well, but I'm pretty sure all of our commissioners support the waiting list, and we want to put people on the land. That's a high priority for us. But, we're not ignoring that. But, I just have a question regarding the licensee when it becomes official. It mentioned about part of the requirement, they may need to put up a fence. Will that, when that time comes, will they let the community know on the decision regarding the fencing, whether they're going to go ahead with it or not?
Aloha, Commissioner. I think as we go through the planning process for Rural Ku'e and we start to identify the access into the new community and the traffic pattern for the new community, we'll have at that time, I think through the planning process, we can communicate what improvements need to be made related to the easement, whether it's a fence or some other type of improvement to enable ingress and egress to the new homestead community.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo, Zach. Any other questions? Oh, Randy?
Yeah, so just my own clarity. So, okay. So regarding the fence, if it's determined that there's value to putting up the fence, as some of our beneficiaries and waitlisters are asking us to do, when that determination is made, it's the county that will pay for the fence, or is that going to be carried by us?
It's the county as written in this, yeah. They'll bear all the costs and responsibility for the installation of the fence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Randy. One last time, any other questions from commission members?
Chair, this is Dennis. I just have one clarification. Kahana, what is the actual width of the roadway when it's completed? Because it's hard to read on this diagram.
Yeah, it's to be determined. I have Mike, if you can pull that map. It's a little bit larger map that I drew out today, so you can kind of see. So it's to be determined. That yellow portion is the areas that is going to be the easement area.
Okay, so it looks like there's a 6-foot wide government lane.
Correct.
And what is the width of that easement?
I think the yellow one.
Yes.
Shoot, I have no idea right now.
But yeah, kind of all I'm trying to figure out is that if it's going to be an easement, is it going to be a road that our beneficiaries can use, or it's something we have to widen later? That's all I'm trying to find out.
They're going to widen it. The fire station is widening that road.
So it should be it'll be a 2-lane road.
I'm not sure what that'll be.
That's my point.
For right now, the county is asking for the width of the road to be able to bring in their equipment.
Okay.
We don't know, they haven't said what that width is going to be yet. That's why the total amount for the one-time charge is
not determined yet.
Is awaiting the determination by the county how wide they have to make the road for their equipment.
Okay, so all I'm asking, and obviously we don't know the width right now. What I'm saying is that once they determine what that road width is, to make it usable for our beneficiaries, it may have to be wider. Would that be part of planning's responsibility to widen that road? Because if we put in a fence, now we're gonna have to move the fence to widen the road to allow it to be used by the beneficiaries. That's all I'm asking.
Aloha,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
So based upon the settlement plan, based upon future discussions with beneficiaries, the department will have to make a decision if it needs to widen the road anymore, if the department wants to use that road as part of ingress and egress for the settlement plan. Those questions are still out there. And we have time. The decision on the fence, I think, will be made once we have a better idea of what the settlement plan is. There may be other areas that may be better for ingress and egress for the eventual settlement.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Hello, Dennis. Other questions, commissioners? Well, gotta go to David first. He had his hand up, and then Russell, and then Mike. David?
So Chair, just looking at this map, it appears that there's a flag lot. And so the pole goes to that second lot in the back. Do we know what the width of that pole is?
They shared with that. Yeah.
No.
They haven't shared with us the area that they would like.
No. I'm just saying, in our inventory, it looks like there's a flag lot that goes
all the
see
way
that
up, correct.
all the way up.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why I'm just asking is, what is the width of that pole to the back lot? Because I'm assuming that someone is gonna get access to that back lot,
Yes.
or some persons are gonna get access to that back lot. We should at least know that, and I think the fire department should know what the size of an easement should be.
Yeah.
For their equipment.
Can I ask Stuart to come up and just take a look at the meets and bounds, and then you're asking about the width, right?
Yeah, I mean,
the width of the lot.
You have the distance, but what's missing is the width. And normally you have a width, right? That's associated
On the bottom,
with-
yeah.
on the bottom,
The
or
survey, yeah.
on the top, and I don't see that.
Can you
Commissioner, I don't see it either.
So my concern is if we're telling the beneficiaries that it could be beneficial use to the beneficiaries, we need to have a road that we could use.
So if you look
Otherwise,
at
we're
the
just
left,
gonna give out an easement.
the left side, it looks like that government road is 75 feet, right?
6 feet, yeah. 6 feet.
No, the left side.
All the way the other side.
Right, it's 184 feet, and it looks like that distance is 75. So this one looks smaller, so I'm guessing it's probably like 30 feet or something like that, but we should know that.
The description, I can put the description of this.
For that lot
CSF,
above, you
yes.
cannot see,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
the top.
I can see the top.
Okay, lot 1B.
And you got lot 1A on the bottom, yeah. If you want, I can put a meets all description of this specific.
Yeah, we'd have to.
Can you scroll down? Back down. It looks like it's 20.
Says 20 feet wide, looks like it.
Yes.
Where does it say that?
On the bottom.
Right on the left side, it says 20. On the right side, the other one says 6 feet. So it looks like that's pretty close to 20.
If the blue line on the right-hand side is 6 feet, then it appears that the 20 feet is about
Pretty close.
right.
Yeah. So if you just extrapolate those lines, the opposite side looks like that the easement's going to be around
20.
50 feet on the yellow area. If you look at
a little bit more than 20.
On the left side, Commissioner?
on the
The left
right side, the easement itself, if you compare that to the 20-foot government on the other side, it's about 50 feet.
Oh, okay, so that looks like it's gonna be.
Yeah, so which would be big enough for a 2-lane access.
Okay,
that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell, and then Mike.
Chair, I had 2 comments. One was, so I see the title of this document is license for easement. And I just wanted to note that a license and an easement are 2 separate legal things. A license is a agreement, contract to use. An easement is a real property interest. typically you have a grant of easement that's recorded against the property that gives the recipient of that grant a real property interest in that easement. So I think what we're talking about is a license for access. But my question would be, what have we called it in those past situations that the Maui County person testified against?
In past situations, I've seen it come across as license for easement, license as easement, and in documents, it's noted as both.
As a license for easement.
For easement I've seen, and as easement I've seen.
Okay.
Russell, would you like our deputy attorney to opine?
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that we're going through all this effort. I want to make sure that whatever we're granting, we're getting the right approval.
Okay, thank you. Katie, would you mind jumping in?
Hi. I think the use of license is because the act specifically talks about licenses. So a lot of times DHHL uses licenses, right? Licenses are permitted under Section 207. But I definitely agree with you that there's a difference legally with regard to how we treat an easement, which is considered real property versus a license for something. So I would agree with your suggestion that maybe as far as clarifying it, what the department would be giving the fire station for now is just a license for access to the property, which would be though unusual for DHHL, right? It's just not part of their terminology.
Right.
So, okay. Are we going to have to change the title to make it correct? What's your suggestion, Katie?
You can, hold on, let me look at the agenda.
Can you look at the submittal and opine?
So, yeah, so you would make a motion to amend the submittal to be approval to issue, and then of course the action would be approval to issue a license for access to County of Maui.
I'm going to ask the mover and the seconder, so Teruya and Helm, to allow for that friendly amendment.
I'm gonna withdraw oh, I'm sorry. Can I?
Patty, you muted, yeah.
Oh,
Patty,
can I? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can I speak then?
You go ahead.
Yes, go ahead, Patty.
Okay, so I would like to make a friendly amendment that the commission approve to issue a license for access to the County of Maui Department of Fire and Public Safety, U'alapui, Island of Molokai, TMKS 256002001.
Zachary, would you?
And I second.
Before we vote, David?
Yeah, so I think if we're gonna amend it to be a license, then, which I'm okay with, for access, you're gonna need to have a term.
Okay. Suggestion?
There's no term. Yeah. I have perpetuity.
Term limit,
I don't know that you can do one, huh? Katie? I believe so.
Katie is, so I guess there's a question for Katie. Is perpetuity proper?
Probably not. We wouldn't want to give licenses in perpetuity. I don't think the situation calls for it. Basically, you just want the license to run for as long as needed. That's not in perpetuity. It's for as long as it's necessary. I don't know, based on what's been presented today, what that reasonable time may be.
Like 25 years and it's renewable.
Okay, there's a suggestion for 25 years. That's renewable. Patty, would you change friendly amendment to include the 25 years. Let's get the procedural stuff out of the way and then we can take more questions. Patty?
Okay, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, so so the amendment will be as follows: approval to issue a license for access to the County of Maui Department of Fire and Public Safety for the 25 years term. Is that
subject to renewal?
Is that feasible?
Yes, subject to renewal.
Okay.
Katie, you're okay with that, right?
Yes.
So,
Chair, can I share some thought on that?
hang on a second. Let me do the procedural stuff first. Commissioner Helm, will you second that?
Second.
Okay.
I have a real quick question for Katie. Because we're amending this agenda item as stated, do we now have to look at the submittal and the beneficiary consultation that was submitted to the commission? Because I'm adding all of these things in it, and that was proposed in the submittal and the beneficiary consultation. Well, on the legal side, I just want to make sure, is that something that we can do at this time?
I don't believe it's necessary for licenses.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we got the procedural thing out of the way. We still have to vote on that, but before we take the vote, those that are attending virtually, Randy raised his hand first. So we go to Randy, and then Mike, and then Russell.
Yes, I stepped away for a bit, so I'm not sure if this came up, but in listening to the intended purpose of the easement, which is for emergency response vehicles, the non-exclusive, I'm just wondering about the practicality of that, because that would imply mixed uses. And I'm just thinking if it's more practical to do an exclusive, because the primary intent of the easement is to accommodate emergency response vehicles. So I'm just trying to think through how practical it is to do a non-exclusive under those conditions.
It appears that once the license is granted, they will actually have 2 ingresses and egresses because the county road will be available to them. So they will always have the ability to pull vehicles in and out.
Okay. Okay. I would be curious to just hear from the fire department about the practicality of that.
Do we have the fire department?
Anybody? They ask for non-exclusive.
Yeah.
They ask for non-exclusive. Okay. 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 Thank you.
So I believe Mike was first and then Russell.
Okay, just quick one for you, Chair. You mentioned a settlement plan. And my question is, will that settlement plan come before the commission once that's done? Or is that something, how's that going to be the next steps on the settlement plan? I'm curious about that.
Turn it over to Andrew.
Oh, commissioners, yes, like all of the department's plans, it will come before the commission. The timing of when it will come before the commission, we don't know for sure yet, but we will be bringing it before the commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you, Russell.
Thanks, Chair. Randy, to answer your question, I think the submittal indicates that the access way on the east end where we're giving up that width, or we're providing that access way is only to come into the property. That's the ingress side. And then the blue road, the government road, is supposed to be the egress to go out. I think it's so that they don't have to turn their big equipment around on their parcel. They come in one way, they go out one way. So I think that may be why it's workable as a non-exclusive, because It's only when they're coming back to the firehouse that they use that roadway. So then, Chair, I was, so you've added a term to the license. And I'm trying to anticipate whether the fire department, Maui County, is going to be okay with 25-year license when they're putting hard money into developing this facility that's gonna outlive 25 years. I was gonna suggest a term that continues but is revocable if and when Maui County no longer uses the site as a fire station.
I'm gonna look to Katie. Katie, is that?
That
something
would,
that-
yes, that would, so what's key, I think, for the department is just, you don't want this license to be in perpetuity, because what if one day the fire station decides to move or is no longer in use? There will come a point, right, when that happens. So Commissioner Kaupu suggestion to put in some sort of limiting language, such as it will terminate, if no longer used for the purpose provided for, is good. You could, the term could be both, right? It could be 25 years, renewable, and then terminate upon no longer being used for the purpose for which it was given. Or it can be just for a license for as long as the fire station is there until it no longer is being used as the fire station. Those, whether the reasonableness of the term is kind of up to negotiation.
Okay, we're trying to, there we go. We have the Maui Fire Chief back, coming back on. Brad, would you mind unmuting and then we can ask you the question. Maui Fire Chief back.
Morning, everybody. Thank you all for the questions. So I'm trying to catch up. Sorry, I came from another meeting, but I've been listening for the last 10 or 15 minutes. And you're correct. The road that we're looking for on the east end is just for ingress. So it is not going to be a traffic issue for us when responding to emergencies. That was one concern. As far as the length of the access that we're requesting, we were looking at other similar locations, such as like the Kapolei Fire Station, having a longer term. But for us, the most recently stated thing of, as long as we own the property and we're going to be using it as a fire station, we'd like to have the access for that duration.
So there was a suggestion, basically, that the license be issued for the term that the easement, excuse me, that the easement is used to support the fire station. Is that something that's acceptable?
Yeah, that is something that would work for us, because I feel that the relationship and the working together on this is for the emergency response service. And if we had to change our location in the future, then we would just sell it as it's currently as is, not with the easements.
Okay, well, you couldn't sell it with the easements anyway. Katie, is that acceptable? And Russell, is that acceptable?
So this is Russell. That's acceptable, but we just got to be careful that we don't call it an easement, because it's not. It's a license, right? So that's what started the whole
access. Okay.
Yeah.
Brad, sorry, we have to get the terminology right. So it is going to be termed a license for access.
We get to the same place, just a different means of getting there. And yeah, today we're talking about a license. We're approving a license.
Okay. Yep.
License for access, as long as it is used to support a fire station. Is that simple enough, the wording?
Legally, that would be fine, and I think it protects DHHL's interests.
Okay, so procedure. Well, Dennis, you have a question?
Yes, just so that we clean the document up, anywhere it says easement should say access. There are several areas throughout the document. Just so that we don't get things mixed up between easement and access. And also under H, it says it is still subject to review by the AG. So I think it's important to make sure that the document says access wherever it notes easement, so we know what we're talking about. It's the same terms throughout the document.
Okay, thank you, Dennis.
You're welcome.
Any other questions before we go back and deal with the procedural issue? So going back to the procedural issue now is to remove the 25-year expiration and include the language of the license is basically in force until such time that the access, the license that provides the access, is no longer used for a fire station.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. As the motion maker now, I gotta get this straight. So we're removing 25 years in the motion?
That is correct. That is at the suggestion of another commissioner and opined to by the AG that it's a.
Okay, so the motion will read as follow. Approve to issue a license for access to County of Maui, Department of Fire and Public Safety with a termination for no longer uses for the purpose?
Or until such time that the license is no longer used for access as a fire station.
Okay, got it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've got it, but now it will require Commissioner Helm to agree to this amended version. Okay. All right, so procedurally, we're gonna have to vote on the amendment first. By David.
Till such time that the license provide that property is no longer used for a fire station, right? So we're going to issue a license for access until such time as the property is not used for.
So there's a suggestion that we're going to insert the word that the property is no longer used for a fire station. Is that okay with you, Betty?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And Zachary?
Yes.
Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? See none.
Chair, this is Russell.
Hi, Russell.
I need to vote Kanalua on this one and the actual vote. And I'll just share that my dad grew up a stone's throw from this location, and our family still maintains property there, and we have family living there. And accordingly, I have a conflict of interest because I am in favor of, I think it's important that there is first response on the east end of Molokai, but I'm going to declare a conflict and Kanalua on all these votes.
Okay, thank you, Russell. So noted by Leah. Okay, the rest of us are in favor of the amended motion, correct? Say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? There's one person that's coming. And then all those in favor of, well, we did the amended motion already, so it's passed, correct? We did. We just voted.
We done the amendment.
Okay, so all those in favor of approving the amended motion, say aye.
Chair, I have a question.
Dennis?
Is the document going to be, will the document reflect access versus easement in all areas of the document?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? See none, the motion carries.
Oh, that was a long one.
All of the changes, thank you.
Can we get a break?
All right, let's take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Thank
Hey,
you.
mahalo, Brad. Thank you for jumping back on. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys all. Feel free to reach out if you have questions.
waiting for Nancy to come back online. We are gonna, hi Nancy, perfect timing. We're gonna do agenda item G2 and then E1, holdovers from yesterday, and then go back. G2 and E1.
Hello, Commissioners.
Updates on Kauai.
Yes. Andrew Choi, Acting Planning Program Manager. For information only, we're planning office, and then after us, Land Development Division are giving updates on plans and implementation on the island of Kauai. So with me today, I have Nancy McPherson, the Kauai Island Liaison for the planning office.
Aloha kako, Commissioners. I do have a PowerPoint. Oh, here it goes. Okay. And the so aloha kako, Commissioners. I'll go through this fairly quickly because there's a lot more detail in Land Development Division's E1 submittal. So I won't need to go into a lot of detail about the island plan implementation. But, oh, I think that one, this is our planning system. So we usually just kind of briefly review that. We're mainly today going to be talking about the island plans and the regional plans. So next slide. Our island plan for Kauai was adopted in 2004 by the Commission. And it's a way to try to do promote orderly land use and efficient development of Hawaiian homelands, including infrastructure. There's a lot of coordination that needs to be done with the counties. It's also a way to identify island-wide needs, opportunities, and priorities. And the island plans actually implement the land use goals and objectives of the general plan, but specifically for each island. Okay, next slide. These are our Hawaiian homelands on the island of Kauai. There's 7 planning areas, as you can see here. Currently, we do not have any homesteading in Waimea, Wailua, or Moloa'a. And we have commercial use in Kapa'a. Okay, next slide, please. This is just the breakdown as of 2004 of our various acreages and amounts in the different land use designations for Kauai by region, by planning area. Next slide. And these are our land use plans, not all of them, but I kind of, picked how many I could sort of fit on the page that we weren't going to be discussing in detail later on. So, those not familiar with Kauai we might want to try guessing where these various areas are. But from the upper left and going counterclockwise, these are the Waimea lands. It's a huge area. Then we go to Keikaha, which is down by the shoreline and has quite a bit of special district because of the presence of Iwi kupuna in the sandy soils there. In the center, we have Wailua, which also has a special district. It's a very sacred area, and there's actually a heiau there, Malaikini. Then to Moloa'a, that has not been developed yet, but land development is discussing that a little bit. And we did hear about that from our consultant, Jonathan Scheuer, as far as opportunities for water. And then the top is Anahola, which is, I think, our second largest homesteading area. And we are now working on doing Kuleana homesteading in the Mauka areas. Okay, next slide. So we, once we adopt an island plan, things aren't necessarily written in stone. So as we move forward and start doing additional planning, particularly for developments in specific areas, some of these land use designations may need adjusting. So for Pi'ilani Mai Ke Kai, that's a little bit different than what was originally in the plan for Anahola. That's on the lower left. In the center, when we did the Hanapepe Homestead Master Planning and Environmental Assessment, we rearranged the land use designations based on environmental constraints as well as proximity to infrastructure. So when we really dig into move closer towards development, new information arises, and that requires some adjustments to be made. And then on the right is the Anahola Town Center Plan, which partially because it wasn't, those land use designations weren't amended in the island plan, it has not been implemented. If you look at the lower left quadrant of that plan, you can see that is the area where we're having a lot of our challenges right now with dumping and fires and squatting and all of that. So, moving forward, I think we want to keep in mind that, there was a plan done for that area, and we might want to think about maybe moving forward with implementation for at least parts of it. Okay, next slide. These are our top 3 homestead development priorities in the island plan, with Wailua being number 1. However, there's been quite a bit of infrastructure work and that needs to be done, and working with the county of Kauai. So we're not quite there yet. One of the issues is the busyness of the highway in that area, in Kuhio Highway. Number 2 is Hanapepe. We did move that up because funds were made available. So that is in process. There are already 57 lots there, 47, I think. And then there's going to be 75 more. That's phase 2. And then phase 3 is going to require additional potable water supply, development of potable water. And we're going to have to take a hard look at how we're going to handle wastewater. And then the third priority is Anahola. Land Development Division's been moving forward with Pi'ilani Mai Ke Kai. So those 3 phases are underway in various stages, and land development, we'll talk about that in a little bit. And then not included in the Kauai Island plan are 2 kuleana homesteading efforts that have moved forward. Pu'uopai was approved in 2020, and Anahola Kuleana homestead lots was approved in 2021. And we're very proud of the work that went into that, and how many lots that hopefully with the Kuleana homesteading program moving forward, that our lessees will get a lot of support in creating their homestead community with limited infrastructure. So, we're really glad that those projects are moving forward, and facilitated in Anahola by the green energy removal of albesia and road improvements, and in Pu'uopai by the West Kauai, energy project, which is going to result in, again, water availability and road improvements. Next slide, please. I won't go through all of these, but this just illustrates all the activity that comes out of the regional planning process. A lot of times the community identifies priorities that are actually the kuleana of DHHL. So there's a number of those in these regional plans. This is the 5 priority projects for Wailua that have had varying degrees of implementation. We're really glad about how a lot of the water water policy plan implementation is interfacing and dovetailing nicely with some of these projects. Next slide. Anahola has a number of priority projects as well. Again, some of these are partnerships with County of Kauai, as in the Anahola Park improvements that have been taking place. Again, a number of them are related to water. And then my understanding is that there is some state highway road widening that's going to be occurring in Anahola. So that's an important development. And the partnership, we had a wonderful presentation last night by Jeremy Makepa of the fire department, who's also a homesteader in Anahola, and just the partnerships and collaboration between DHHL, the State Department of Transportation, and the County of Kauai was really, really impressive. And so that's very, very encouraging to clean up some of the issues we're having on those lands. Makaya, the highway. Next slide. West Kauai has a number of projects. One is the Pu'upai, the Kekaha Hawaiian Homestead Association's project up there. So that's, there's really 3 things going on up there. There's that project, which is for agriculture and water, and training for future homesteaders, including for the Kuleana Homesteading Project. And then we have the West Kauai Energy Project going on there. So there's a lot of coordination that has to happen. We do still are pursuing a multi-purpose evacuation center proposal that was submitted by the West Kauai Hawaiian Homestead Association. The Kekaha Enterprise Center was successfully developed and is operating. We also are looking at, again, renewable energy opportunities. And then in Hanapepe, we did increase, we explored subsistence ag homesteading. So, and are also looking at the potential for surface water, so non-potable resources that we may be able to get for that agricultural homesteading. Okay, next slide. And then finally, we have had some testimony submitted about the Kulu Kumuhana o Anahola's Ulupono initiative. It's a very ambitious project, but that may need to sort of happen in phases and may need to start out a little bit smaller. So we are working with them on identifying, agricultural activities that they may be able to do now on the site. There's a lot of community support for this. And also, as Jeremy Makepa expressed last night, that, the fact that they've been clearing that area, helps keep down fires. There's been a lot of car and rubbish removal from the area. So we really do need more site presence and malama aina. So the department will hopefully be working on more of these stewardship arrangements and partnerships with community organizations. And that's pretty much all I have, I believe. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Commissioners, questions for Nancy or Andrew?
Chair, I just have a couple of comments. First of all, Nancy, thanks for the presentation. There's a lot of activity going on in Kauai, a lot of different projects. It'll be important to, one of the issues I was a little concerned last night at our community meeting. A lot of people don't, this virtual thing is not on a whole lot. There's not a lot of folks that have access. So we really didn't have a lot of folks come out. And with these projects, we really need their input. So we're going to see what we can do here within the community to try to get folks to at least partner up and try to get people to get their mana'o out for future projects. And some of these projects are coming to fruition. Once the once the water lines are completed, the tanks completed, the booster pumps are in, there's an opportunity to open up some lands in that area. And then we have the Kuleana. So I think, and I've spoke to Andrew about this as well. We probably need to sit down and look at Kuleana and say, okay, who really wants to do Kuleana? Because with limited funds, we're gonna have to figure out, first of all, how many people do we need on the Kuleana land to steward the area and take care of the roadways that we currently have in there. You'd have to have a certain nucleus of people that could handle that, make sure we can keep that going. Then how many people would be interested in the lands that are possibly, that we could possibly offer at the once the water lines are completed. I'm not an advocate for using those areas as farmlands. I like to see those reduced. Of course, we'd have to do beneficiary consultation. I just think there's a lot of farmland in our farmland area that's not being used properly. And I think if we reduce the size of the lots that we offer, once we get the pumps in, that we can take more people off the wait list. So I just like to see us use a better utilization of the land and try to get more people off the wait list. I think that makes more sense. And the Kuleana is going to be interesting to see how many people actually want to do off-grid. Because everybody wants to grab a piece of land now, but when you talk about off-grid versus wait a little longer for something that may be available on an agricultural side, they may be looking at that. So it's going to be important meetings moving forward. And again, looking at our regional plan and deciding what we want to do there. So, but anyway, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan.
Commissioner Nevis, I'd just like to thank you for how active a commissioner you are and how much you've been attending these meetings that we were holding on Hanapepe, Anahola, and Pu'uopai. There were a lot of things happening over the last few years. So I think your advocacy and your sort of, getting people to want to participate will be really, really helpful in our Anahola Regional Plan update, which is coming up. And then, yes, we have had a lot of interest from Ni'ihau folks in living off grid. In fact, in Pu'uopai, they were asking to have an outhouse because they missed their outhouses.
Yeah.
Which I thought was really cool. And but composting toilets are better, but I think we definitely have some very, very motivated people who are willing to live simply and close to the land. And I think it's a great opportunity. So mahalo.
Right. And yesterday, our presentation by David Bissell about the energy project sort of confirmed some things that people have been trying to get answers on for the last several years. How we get water back up the hill. Why are we using water for energy? He sort of explained that, that water battery doesn't run out as long as you keep the reservoir full. And getting it back up, we use 70% a renewable energy to get it back up, but we have 100% battery at the top of the hill. And now we have a power source at the top of the hill. So that really puts a lot of I got more people excited. We got to keep them off the mountain until we get the thing lined up. But the people in Keikaha, the Nihauans are very excited about that. They can't wait to get up there. And we were gonna, the KIUC was gonna have meetings, but because of COVID, they decided to cancel us out. But once if we do get to a safe place and we can't have meetings, I'll be attending those as well. So yeah, I'm some people might say I'm a little overzealous, but I do this because I love doing it, and I think it's important for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Dennis. Any other questions for staff or Andrew? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to agenda item E3, which is a carryover from yesterday, which is the remainder of the updates. And Stuart.
Aloha, commissioners, Mr. Chair, good morning. The
LDD submittal, builds upon the great work that's done in the planning office. And so I'll get into it right now. And, with the Anahola farm lots, which is, let's see, I think we're waiting for the PowerPoint to upload here. This one also, mahalo, Commissioner Neves, he's like our special inspector up in Anahola on the water system. Every time there's something, I know firsthand what's happening.
Gotta have a
because
pass.
of his,
Thank you, Stu.
Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so our Anahola farm lots water system services 46 farm lots and 31 Bayview residence lots. Next slide. We were fortunate to have funding from USDA back in November 2018. Commission approved the funding package. I would like to say that the DHL contribution portion of 3.7 million has actually been drawn down. So we are working through the grant portion where we should be completed, with the loan portion towards the end of this year, and then beginning of next year, we should be burning through the USDA grant portion, which we will be reimbursed. So there's great progress going on right now. Next slide, please. Kaiva Construction has nearly completed phase 1 of the project, which was replacing transmission and distribution lines, improving pressure in the Mauka area. Part of this project installs smart meters with new backflow preventers so that the meters will be read remotely, and there'll be a better efficiency with billings and collection of for consumption. We also upgrading fire protection with the installation of new hydrants. So this portion was completed in July, and we've spent approximately $3 million on that. Next slide. So phase 2 is being constructed by Kiewit Infrastructure, $6.7 million. So the 500,000 gallon steel tank will be demolished and replaced with a 440,000 gallon concrete water tank in its similar location. In the meantime, 100,000 gallon temporary tank will be built in its place to continue to provide water to all of the consumers on this system. You may know that we were planning to upgrade the pump station, including the submersible pump. The pump shaft broke about a month and a half ago ahead of schedule, and the construction team has jumped in, and it should be nearly repaired and replaced by now. So that kind of accelerated that schedule. We are constructing an upper level booster pump to provide better pressure to lessees who are in close proximity to the water tank. And we've expended about $2 million of the $7 million. And we expect completion by November of 2022. Next slide. This is just a map showing the location of the improvements with the new water tank and reservoir, new well pump, and the distribution within the system. Okay, next slide. Okay, so for the Anahola Dam and reservoir improvements, DHHL received $3 million back in 2016. We've been going through several design modifications. The demolition of Kealia Field number 2 and Lower Anahola was completed. We then started to take a second look at Kealia Field number 1 and Upper Anahola Reservoir. So through the planning process of the Anahola Kuleana project, it was determined that the Kealia Reservoir Field number 1 would not be able to provide water to that Kuleana project. So we are in a redesign mode right now with demolishing Field number 1 and as well as Upper Anahola. Because of the high cost of improvement, there's no water source and there's tremendous liability to maintain a regulated dam. So when this is all done, all of the dams will be unregulated. They can be improved at a later time if there are additional needs and other water is provided. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. This shows the Anahola Kuleana Lot Settlement Project. The final environmental assessment was completed in May 2021, and LDD is working with Planning Office to seek funding through the next year's sufficient sums budget to start design work in this area. Next slide. Pilani Maikikai is comprised of 171 lots. The phase 1 80 lots is nearly occupied. So Contact and Awards Division continues to work with approximately 10 selectees to get their homes built. And let me go on to the next slide. Phase 2 would be the next lots being offered. We needed to go back to HUD to complete an updated environmental record review. That's been completed. There was a potential for wetlands in this area previously identified, but through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, no wetlands permitting is now required for phase 1 and for phase 2. So these lots are ready for offer later this year, beginning of next year. In phase 3, we are holding up on future designs until determination is provided by Army Corps of Engineers. There is a small section that could be emergent wetlands. So we're waiting on that determination before we start design.
So when it says 10 lots in construction process, and I see those are the blue ones, what does that mean?
That means that those lots are there's coordination and collaboration between the selectee and Contact and Awards Division doing their to actually assist through the building permit and loan process and to continue to case manage on those individuals.
Okay, so I was a little bit confused because the 51 lots, you're still developing the actual lots.
Those 51 lots, the infrastructure is completed. We had a speed bump when Fish and Wildlife notified us that there may be wetlands in this area. And so we went back and redid the HUD environmental record review, and also worked with the Army Corps of Engineers to determine if there were in fact wetlands in this area. So the field studies were done, and then Army Corps determined that no wetlands permitting was required. So that then opened the door for us to then go and make the awards because this was construction was NAHASDA funded, so we needed to comply with those environmental requirements. Thank you. Okay, and thank you for that question. In Hanapepe, again, we're following the lead of planning. The master plan and EA was completed, and so LDD has hired engineers to start the phase 2 design for 75 new residential lots. In addition to the design for phase 2, the EA recommended consolidation re-subdivision of phase 1 lots to add additional square footage to those lots. And so these two subdivisions are being combined. In that process of subdividing phase 1, again, we would need to relocate drainage lines and swales and other potentially other priority, other utilities, as well as some extensive grading. So the construction estimate for Hanapepe is $19 million, and this is part of our high priority sufficient sums asked to the legislature next year. This is a conceptual layout of phase 1 and phase 2. You can see the lime green section, which adds some square footage to the back of the lots to bring them to approximately 7,500 square feet. Okay. Puopai Kuleana Homesteads. And let's see if there's any detailed questions. Andrew is here with me to answer anything. The EA was, final EA was approved by the commission in July of 2020. We are working with planning office to include funding in the sufficient sums budget to start the design work. Yeah. And that would be it for our LDD projects. Again, it's a huge collaboration with our land development division, project managers, and with all of the other divisions, as well as the appreciation to NAHASDA for a lot of the funding for infrastructure, as well as our construction management and design services. So mahalo for that.
Thank you, Stuart. Questions, commissioners?
Chair Dennis.
Dennis.
Yeah, so thank you, Stuart, for your presentation. You know, I had discussed on the tank replacement that temporary tank, possibly hold on that temporary tank once the concrete tank is done, and maybe doing some kind of pump flow through that so we can use that in place. Any more information on that?
Thank you, Commissioner Neves, for that. Our investigation and analysis continues on that. So we're looking at different options on keeping the tank, or whether it temporary becomes, you know, and whether temporary becomes permanent.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Other commission members? Seeing none, thank you, Stuart, and thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Stuart.
Mahalo.
We'll move to agenda item 6.7. For information only.
Aloha Chair, members of the Commission, Lehua Kinilau Kano, legislative panelists. This is a for information only submittal on the summary of responses to proposed legislative action, requests for 2022 and draft legislative proposals. Outreach again commenced since last month's Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting to obviously you folks, commissioners, staff, to individuals who testified on DHHL related measures from 2016 through 2021. Information we had from people who participated in legislative talk story sessions and homestead associations and other stakeholders. From that outreach, 16 proposals were received, and I have them identified here. I'm going to walk through some of them since these individuals took the time to respond. Just want to at least talk through some of the requests. One was the use of DNA and possibility of all Polynesian and indigenous ancestry for acceptance of certain or limited Hawaiian homelands benefits. Upon our review of that, again, admin rules now do allow for DNA tests to establish family ties in order to qualify for Hawaiian homelands program. Whether we want to go beyond that, but we feel at least we do have admin rules that address that issue. We did receive a request regarding funding to bring potable water from the Ouli well fields to Kailapa. The sufficient sums budget did include the past one we had. The commission still needs to review the upcoming sufficient sums budget next month, but our past submissions of sufficient sums budget did include $750,000 for planning and design for Kauai water production, storage, and transmission. There was a request for funding to help with asbestos removal from certain structures in Nanakuli. Those structures included Haleola, St. Rita's Church, as well as Kawaihona Okana'awao. Again, that could be possibly considered for inclusion in sufficient sums budget. The commission will be considering that next month. There was also a request to relocate Kawaihona to DHHL land Mauka of Farrington Highway, or to DHHL lands in Kapolei, Kalailoa, or Eva. The recommendation at this time is that needs more review. That probably needs a broader conversation, even with the school itself. And so this was an individual that brought that proposal forward, but just bringing it to your attention. There was request from a spouse on the mortgage. Well, there was a request from a lessee about a spouse on the mortgage that is not the beneficiary successor is responsible for the mortgage while the successor is allowed to live in the house for free. I did consult HSD staff regarding this proposal, and their response to me was they didn't feel that any changes to the admin rules or the act should be made with regard to this issue, but it was something that was submitted. There was another request from a lessee who submitted a few of these water requests related to the idea of transferring the Molokai irrigation system from the State Department of Ag to DHHL, to look at determining who has the superior rights to water, DHHL or DLNR seaworm. Again, the State Water Code already includes provision for Native Hawaiian water rights under HRS 174C 101. There was a request from a lessee to add a DHHL representative to the Commission on Water Resource Management. That proposal has been included in our package, which we'll go through in a minute. There was a request to add DHHL representative on the county water boards. Again, that proposal is being included, and we'll review that in a minute. There was a request to petition Congress to reverse a federal amendment to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act that removed water free of charge. This amendment that was done was before statehood. And so there was congressional approval of this amendment. So if we do want to reverse this, it will probably take a lengthy process, but just raising it that was suggested by a lessee. And also to make irrigation water available to every homestead in Kalamaula and Ho'olehua by completing the Molokai irrigation system infrastructure. Again, that could be something to consider for the sufficient sums budget next month. And then that lessee finally also was suggesting to propose to commit a percentage of TAT, the Transit and Accommodations Tax, for administration of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Obviously, that would need a lot more review, but that was a suggestion that was made. As well as permitted improvements are not given the same. This is a separate lessee. raised the issue of permitted improvements are not given the same valuation as fee simple lots when they refinance their home to reduce interest rates or pull equity for home improvement or expansion. This proposal was discussed with HSD staff. And again, DHHL appraisals value lot improvements, but does not give value to infrastructure costs as these costs are borne by DHHL. There were a couple proposals by staff. Hokule had recommended interim administrative rules. She's brought this issue up before. In 2017, the commission did vote to include the proposal in the legislative package. Former Governor Abercrombie did not include it in the administration package. So it is a proposal that the commission has supported in the past. So we'll look at that and go through that. It is one of the proposals included. There was, Blossom had spoke yesterday. She testified about the compliance and enforcement program. I included the proposal as she submitted it. I do want to vet it and go through more review and decide if we should amend the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, if there's other ways in the HRS that we can accomplish the same purpose without potentially amending the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. So we definitely want to take a closer look at that. But we are looking at including some kind of proposal to address that issue. And then finally, recognizing biological relationship in adoptions to allow the transfer or successorship of a beneficiary interest. This issue was raised by staff. They're aware of two situations with lessees. One applicant, I should correct myself, one applicant who's on the wait list, his children went through the foster system and were adopted. And so now, because they're adopted under law, they don't have that familial relationship anymore, and they wouldn't be able to succeed to any right that he may have. And then we also have a situation where a lessee was adopted by his grandmother, and now the lessee who was adopted would like to designate the lease to his natural sister. But now their relationship is uncle and niece and not brother sister because of adoption. So we are looking at some, thanks to Hokule and Oriana, we have some draft language. I apologize, didn't have it for the packet, but we are working on some language, and we've been working with HSD to amend section 570-16 of the HRS to allow for, in the situation for DHHL or issues that come before the commission, that both relationships can be recognized, the adopted relationship as well as the natural relationship. So we will have that draft for you before approval next month. So as a response to these proposals, we are recommending 12 draft legislative proposals. Again, these proposals were a combination of proposals that we've introduced in the past, as well as in response to some of these recommendations. Proposal HHL-0122 relating to independent counsel. We are recommending again to include independent counsel. I don't suspect that it will be included in the governor's package as it hasn't made it before, but I think this year we wanted to be a little bit more aggressive. I'm actually going to reach out to a lot of Hawaiian organizations. I'm going to reach out to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, who has independent counsel, possibly Kaho'olawe Island Reserve Commission, and possibly they can testify as to how independent counsel helps them in their decision-making for their commissions and their boards. And again, reach out to a number of Hawaiian serving organizations to be a little bit more aggressive with our support this year, whether or not we make it into the governor's package. So that's how we want to try and move this proposal this time, as opposed to prior sessions. The second bill, again, has been in our package, well, been approved by the commission, has not been included in the governor's package. But again, Alessi requested for representation on the Commission on Water Resource Management. So that's another proposal recommending for consideration. Proposal number 3 is a proposal that, again, the commission approved, but it was making good progress during the legislative session, but because of the American Rescue Plan Act, the legislature was unable to move it forward. We may still be in the same situation next session, but if this is still a request by this body, I thought it would be good to at least move forward, and we can always pull it back if we need to again. rather than not moving something forward if it's something we still need. And per LDD, this is something that they feel is still needed for exemption from general excise tax. The fourth proposal is relating to cesspools. We did, the commission approved this last year, but after talking with Department of Health, they had asked us to wait for the cesspool working group to come out with their recommendations. We may be in the same boat again this year, but I think we want to be a little bit more aggressive because our beneficiaries are really facing problems with cesspools and the costs that are increasing because of cesspools or individual wastewater systems. So we want to have this conversation with Department of Health and possibly even the counties, how these are going to be financed for removal of cesspools or tying into existing water sewer systems. Yes. Proposal number 5, we did include in our ledge package last year. Again, this is a lot thanks to the efforts of Jonathan and Andrew on water issues. What I basically did was I split this bill in 2. And the reason I did that is there's the water credit issue, which is proposal number 5. And then proposal number 6 is about representation on the boards of water supply. It may be I don't know if the word is easier, but it may be better to separate those issues rather than having it all in one bill. So again, that bill was approved last year by this body as well as included in the governor's package. Again, I just separated those 2 issues. Proposal number 7, again, was approved by this body and included in the governor's package. This would require the counties to maintain infrastructure on Hawaiian homelands. I know you folks are well aware of the cost that it is to the department to maintain existing infrastructure. And as tax-paying citizens, some of that should be borne by the counties. So continuing to push that issue. And at least it did make it through and into the administration's package. Proposal number 8 is about historic preservation reviews. Again, this one was included in our package. It did make it into the administration package. DLNR has been supportive of this. So hopefully we'll see if we are able to make some headway this coming session. Proposal number 9 relating to gambling. This has to do with really doing a study. If you read through the proposal, the draft that we have, it's still in draft form. I'm still working on it. But the gist of it is there's a significant amount of revenue that's leaving the state of Hawaii every year in terms of gambling revenue. And really, if it's the state's will to have that happen, then that's okay. But we should have an understanding of what that is. So really what this proposal is asking for a study on the amount of revenue that leaves the state, on the cost that to the state with illegal, addressing illegal gambling that's occurring. And then also what types of issues would be helpful to look at in making a determination of where it would be appropriate to site a specific facility. And in other jurisdictions, it appears that sometimes the host community will actually bid to have a site located in their area. So should we look at those kind of options? So it's really just a study, sort of taking a step back from last year. And again, I think we just need to get a handle of the amount of revenue and the costs that already exists on this issue. And so that's proposal number 9. Proposal number 10 is the interim rules. Again, this bill was made part of, the commission approved it in 2017, didn't make it into the governor's package. But what it would basically do is it would allow DHHL to go out for beneficiary consultation like we already do. And at the end of beneficiary consultation, we could implement interim rules already. And then what would happen is you'd have 18 months in order to do your rulemaking, your hearing, and then have it become final. But we could actually implement rules faster by doing this. It is a process that is allowed already. We just don't have it specifically for DHHL. So that's the proposal. So we'd still go through beneficiary consultation first. And then at that point, once that's completed, put forward interim rules and then complete the process from there. And then Proposal number 11, this is the enforcement. And again, what I included was what I received from Blossom. And so I really appreciate her work on this proposal because she actually provided an actual proposal, not just an idea. And so we'll just be working with her. And if anyone else is interested in just trying to figure out what's the best placement, we've had preliminary conversations about it, and she understands, again, whether it's best to cite it in the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act or if there's a better place in Hawaii revised statutes to make those amendments. And then finally, proposal 12, I had only included the justification sheet, but thanks to Oriana and Hokule, we have a draft and we'll be working with Homestead Services Division just to make sure that draft is acceptable. And what that draft does is it actually allows, as I explained, that in an adoption, both the adopted relationship and the natural relationship is still can be used for establishing a relationship for purposes of successorship or for purposes of Hawaiian Homes, any decisions for Hawaiian Homes for disposition of land. So that is what we're drafting and looking at. And so I just wanted to see if there were any feedback, any other concerns, anything that we should be looking at further before we bring our package for approval at next month's commission meeting.
Commission members, starting with Randy, go ahead.
So Lehua, mahalo for putting this together and for everybody who participated in this effort. You know, I think there's some really important things in here. Legal counsel, you know, I know we keep trying. I'm not sure why there's so much resistance, but I think it's important we continue to try. I will be spending more time taking a deeper dive into the proposal regarding gaming, but thank you for putting that together as well. Let's see. Also, I do like the proposal that is intended to recognize both the biological relationship as well as what adoptions mean. I think that's really, really important. And then, of course, the enforcement and compliance proposal that is in here, I appreciate that being included, and also appreciate the time and effort that Blossom took to put it together. I do think it's time. It may not happen in our lifetime, but it's time we do something to address all of the many concerns that continue to arise on our Hawaiian Homes properties and what our beneficiaries are subjected to. We need to move forward with some kind of concrete effort. So you mentioned that under consideration right now is statutory versus amending the act. What's required to amend the act? Is that a steeper climb than going through the ledge to get a statutory change?
So amending the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act or statutory both requires the legislature. But what happens after, if it's just a statute, in theory, that can just become law if the legislature passes it. When it's an amendment to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, if it's not an administrative amendment, which it'll be, you know, subject to interpretation, whether it's an administrative amendment or not, it will require the review by the Department of Interior and may take additional time in order to take effect. So lately, we've been moving more things through statute rather than amending the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. So if it makes sense to look at if there's a better place in statute that we can still accomplish what is being proposed. So that's what we're going to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Randy, I would just add that if the Department of Interior makes a determination that it requires the consent of Congress, then of course you need a congressional act.
Yeah.
Yes.
In order to amend them.
Well, we know what act of Congress means. So.
Okay, other commissioners, questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Pauline, Lehua, thank you very much. You did an excellent job in doing this summary. There are two areas that I'm focusing on, and one is the enforcement and compliance area, and the other is water rights. So those two areas, I think I agree that we should focus on the policy issues. And I know you actually have the best idea as to how aggressive we should be at the legislature. It's really different now. I'm sure you know that. And I do believe that we should be aggressive, because if there's any indication as to what's going on, the ICA judge was a good indication that Native Hawaiian rights are really strong, and Native Hawaiian women's voices are really strong. But I think Native Hawaiian rights are really strong now. So I think that we should be aggressive in the amount of legislation. Now, whether or not it goes through the governor's package or not, we don't know. And then maybe, and you would know best on who would probably be attuned to helping us introduce it into the legislative arena if we really wanted the legislation. So I look to you reviewing and giving us the final version of the bills, and then we'll be looking at whatever proposals you come forward with. But thank you. And I usually I'm very critical of you because you're the attorney, and I'm very critical of Hawaiian women who are in the professional status, because I believe that you are the leaders and models for other Hawaiian women, and we need more educated Hawaiian women to stand up to men. Sorry. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Pauline. And you're supposed to add no pressure. Dennis?
Yeah, thank you, Lehua, for putting this proposal together. I just had a question on related to independent counsel. Is this different than what we've already done for Act 14, or is this something different?
Yeah, so this would allow DHHL to have independent counsel. So right now, we have the Department of the Attorney General. The way the proposal does is it says that in areas where we align, we still want to use the services of the Attorney General. I mean, it isn't to say that we're not happy, but there are areas where we don't align. And obviously we have gotten independent counsel, like in the Nelson case. Like I believe in Kalima, there might be independent counsel as examples. But sometimes even going through that process to have to request independent counsel is already, I see it as something that we shouldn't have to, that there are issues that are very different and we're divergent from the state, and we should have independent counsel. Right now under the statute, the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, what has come up before is some have said, well, it should just be the commission that has independent counsel, not the department. Well, when you look at the statute, it's independent counsel by the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, not the Board of Trustees of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. So it should really be the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and it allows for that to be the department as well as the commission. And don't separate those roles in that advocacy effort. And then also like the Koho'olawe Island Reserve Commission has the ability. There's a number of other entities that have the ability to retain independent counsel. There's like 21. Office of Information Practices, Campaign Spending Commission, Office of Elections. I mean, there's a number of them.
And so, do you know why there's such why we can't move this forward?
So the Attorney Generals oppose this legislation every year. So partly it's because of that. Partly it's because we have attorneys who are on some of the subject matter committees. The House Finance Committee, she is an attorney, and some of them are very critical about using state funds for legal services, as an example. So, but I'm hoping that this year, assuming the commission, I haven't reached out yet because I'm waiting to get approval from you folks, but as soon as you do, I'm gonna start outreaching to Native Hawaiian organizations. I'm gonna be a lot more aggressive this time than I have in prior sessions. and ask them to sign on. I'm gonna ask for joint letters. We do joint letters like with Kamehameha schools, the civic clubs, and some of them have supported our efforts in past sessions, but be a lot more aggressive. I'm gonna ask the Office of Hawaiian Affairs to speak specifically to how it helps them to have independent counsel. So I'm gonna be a little bit more aggressive. I may even reach out to some of these other state entities and ask if they would consider saying what independent counsel has meant to them. You know, again, the University of Hawaii. So I may actually reach out to my counterparts in these other entities and ask them if they would be willing to support us. That could make a difference. I feel like, you know, if we're gonna go out, we're just gonna push really hard this coming year and we'll see how far we go.
Thank you. I think we should do that. On the items relating to cesspools, yeah, I think we need to push that because, you know, the clock is ticking and we have a lot of beneficiaries that need, you know, some direction. And, you know, we'll probably gonna tap out NAHASDA funds to try to get a lot of this stuff done. But I mean, that's really important. The other thing is, you know, issue relating to gaming. You know, I think it's just important to look at all the issues, and if it doesn't work out, bury this thing, you know, but we need to have everything. And I think I advocated for that the first time around. It didn't happen, but you know, we really need to look at it and see if it does benefit, not just the Hawaiian homes, but also benefit the state at the same time. One other thing, and this is not first one of the proposals in here, but one of the proposals that was suggested. And, you know, permitting the improvements, not given the same valuation as fee simple lots, and the department's, you know, position is that the infrastructure costs are borne by the department. The infrastructure cost is borne by the trust. A beneficiary of a trust owns part of that. So I'd like to have just a general conversation of who owns the infrastructure, the trust, who's the beneficiaries of the trust, the beneficiaries. We own the infrastructure. Funds that are given to the trust are on behalf of the beneficiaries. So, I understand that we looked at it, that was borne by DHHL. DHHL got those funds on the backs of the trust through providing funding for beneficiaries. So that's just sort of my fist. I have an issue with not being appraised for the infrastructure. So yes, go ahead. Sure.
I was just gonna say, can I have you consider in the reverse? And this is what I'm gonna say. So I've seen it, right? So you have what happens, like say here in Kanehili, right? They may have purchased the home at 200 or 300,000. You folks are seeing as commissioners coming in for transfers at like $500,000. Sure. So that family is realizing a gain, but now that $500,000, whether they're purchasing it outright or getting a loan, they're financing it. Now that's on the back of another beneficiary, right? So how do we balance this so that both benefit, you know, as you're saying, it's beneficiaries' interest. There's the beneficiary interest of the person who's transferring, but what about the beneficiary interest of the person who's now taking that on? And they're taking on a substantially higher burden. And so how do we weigh that out? And in other situations like HHFDC, sometimes they have what is called, you can recapture some of that. So we have that in NAHASDA. In NAHASDA, if you use NAHASDA funds, because we have a retention on it, and you need to be someone who's eligible to reside on Hawaiian homelands and income eligible under NAHASDA, depending on how much you borrow or you're granted, there's a recapture period. And over time, it goes down. The longer you stay, the less you pay. But that does allow, and anything that we recapture from NAHASDA, we put that back into NAHASDA and it serves someone else who's income eligible. So are there mechanisms like that that make sense? I kind of see that there's beneficiaries on both sides.
Yeah, I understand. I just think that a person that puts a home on the infrastructure should get some benefit to the infrastructure because they're utilizing the infrastructure. You have on the flip side, a undivided interest lease. Person doesn't do anything with the infrastructure for years. So that doesn't benefit the infrastructure. If I'm benefiting the infrastructure, I should get some benefit of that infrastructure in terms of refinancing my home to either improvement or whatever I want to do. But just to say that I don't get any benefit for that, but those funds were generated based on the trust that I'm involved as a beneficiary of, I think I should have some benefit to it, not just to plot my home on it, but some benefit for that improvement. Just
I'll definitely take your perspective back to HSD staff and follow up again. That did come from a lessee. And
yeah, I just put this out to the commission that I think that's something we should at least think about and discuss it. And if we agree to disagree, that's fine. It just doesn't make sense to me that there's the funding is funding for beneficiaries through the trust. So it's not DHHL fund. It's DHL. It's not borne by DHHL. It's borne by the trust, which I'm a beneficiary of. And as a beneficiary, just like a taxpayer, I should have a benefit of that improvement.
But there's a significant amount of it that is actually not funded by the trust, just so you're aware, right? Well, like our state CIP budget, that's state funds, that's taxpayer funds. And so we may be viewed with more scrutiny about the use of those state funds and how do we ensure that is those funds are being used to benefit as many as possible rather than just that one person on that one lot, right? So just something to think about too. Not all of it.
Yeah. Then the flip side could be the state's obligated to fund this program. I mean, we go back and forth on it. I just need to throw that out there. It just sort of bugs me. We have this going on, and we need to really have to have a conversation about it and sort of figure out which way we want to go. Thank you. Thank you, Lehua.
Thank you, Dennis. Mike?
Thanks, Chair. Really quick here. Lehua, first and foremost, thank you very much for your presentation and the package you put together. It's obvious there's a lot of time and effort in here. Thank you. I'd like to say it's commendable for what you did with, I really like when you have input from lessees and beneficiaries, because, it's very easy for folks to complain about stuff, but to make an effort to make an improvement is something else. So it's really nice to see these proposals coming in from our lessees and our beneficiaries. Yeah, I have a question on the 2021 legislative session on House Bill 499. What, if any, kinds of effect, positive or negative, does that have on the department or Hawaiian Home?
I think that still needs to be reviewed. I would argue that was an amendment to Chapter 171. It did not amend the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. So I would argue that there is no review by the Department of Interior. Any extension of leases still require this body to make any decisions. So it doesn't guarantee any type of extension. It is amendments to a statute that allow for an extension, but at the end of the day, it's this body that's gonna make those decisions. And so you folks have the ultimate decision-making authority on whether to extend a lease or not. I'm curious to see where the AGs are gonna opine on this, because we have a provision in the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act that allows for a 20-year extension that is still under review by the Department of Interior. And then we have this that basically amends HRS Chapter 171. And so, arguably, it could be viewed that since there are these provisions and to treat these public lands similarly, we should have the ability to extend similarly. But again, at the end of the day, it's really this body, you folks, that make those decisions, and any extension needs to come to you folks first. It's not an automatic situation by no means.
All right, appreciate that.
And I would say that I tend to agree with Lehua on this case. However, because DOI hasn't opined yet, and we're still waiting for Ryan to finish his analysis, what we need to be cognizant of is if we move forward and extend any leases, and the Department of Interior eventually makes a determination that it requires the consent of Congress, then any leases that are approved, any lease extensions that are approved by this commission could have some consequences for the entity that's requesting that we implement those lease extensions. So it's not as clear as, we think it's clear, but there are ramifications if Congress decides to disagree with us. Okay. Patty, you had your hand up?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, aloha Lehua. Thank you so much for putting this together. So this is August. What is your timeline? Because this is just for information, and Ledge usually gets ready between, I don't know, December, January. So what is your timeline? Are you're gonna come back with this to the commission to adopt?
So I'm going to come to the commission next month in September for approval of legislative proposals. And at the same time, I believe sufficient sums budget will be up for consideration by this body next month. Okay. And then from there, once I get the approval, I don't move on any of these till I get your folks' approval. And then once I do, then I submit to the governor's office and the attorney general's office for review. And then I also will reach out to the Hawaiian orgs. I may also reach out to say, I think the civic clubs may not have taken a formal position, but I thought they did support it in the past. So, but I do those kind of formal outreach only upon this body approving it first.
Yeah, and so my other one, and I know Pauline mentioned, strong, aggressive wahine. I call them wahine. But your outreach is excellent, going out to Native Hawaiian organizations, OHA, CNHA, Hawaiian Civic Clubs. I'd like you to include some of this outreach to the neighborhood boards that are located in the Hawaiian homesteads, Waianae, Punch Bowl, Papakolea, Waimanalo, Nanakuli, Kapolei. You have entire Kapolei, Kaupea, Kanahili, and Kahukaloa. They, because they work, and you have their officials, senators, representatives attend, and they will hear that this is what the homesteaders or the community are supporting through some of these excellent bills that we need to prioritize. The other comment that I wanted to add, if you could look at the funding for the asbestos removal, and I know the lessee has brought this up several times, and I'm going to bring it up because it's in my ahupuaha. And my question is, and you know that one of them was St. Rita's Church. So if something comes up like this, wouldn't the church be responsible to remove this asbestos in their facility and not the department? How does that go?
I would think for the church, to your point, Commissioner, I would think that there's a license or a disposition, and with that license, it's the licensee who would have that responsibility. As for Kauaihona, I would assume, and I kind of, would rely on Kahana, but I would assume they have a similar disposition. I think the concern is that, they're a charter school and what kind of resources they may have. But at least you folks can consider it again for commission if it's something you folks even want to consider. But also thank you, Commissioner, for your suggestion. I know you're wearing your hat as commissioner, but as chair of the Nanakuli Neighborhood Board, you folks have been very supportive. Actually, it was the Nanakuli Neighborhood Board that supported the HHO's sufficient sums budget in the past. And so I completely agree that, especially like your neighborhood board, I know there's at least 2, possibly more homesteaders that sit on the board. And so I know Waianae similarly has lessees who sit on the neighborhood board. I can think of 2, I believe. So your point is well taken. that some of these boards that are in predominantly homestead communities or native Hawaiian communities could be very supportive. So I will, once this commission does approve it, I can move forward and even do some outreach to yourself and to the Waianae Neighborhood Board Chair and others to get some support for the department. So mahalo for that.
Great. And so back to the asbestos part. So it's noted that there's it's depending on sufficient sums budget. And so I think we have to determine first if these locations like Kaivaiona and other locations that was noted in your notes, do they have this asbestos problem? And I think that would be under the state DAGs, or some department will have to go out and determine that, because it's still under the Department of Education, as far as Kaivaiona Charter School, correct?
So yeah, Kauai, because they are a charter school, I know it's somewhat different. I think they come under the Charter Commission. But your point is well taken about whether a determination has to be made and then who's responsible for doing that work.
Okay. And I echo a lot of the other commissioners' voices. I will be supporting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, not 9, 10, 11. But I'll listen to the details on gaming again. I will start beginning to bring these items to the neighborhood board, and maybe reach out to you for a presentation that we can work together to support the department and to support all these initiatives, you know, and proposal House bills to get to the governor and to make mention how we need this help in our department. But thank you very much for putting all this together and the open communication that you allow us to have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions, suggestions? Okay, if not, we are a little bit behind for the executive session. I will ask that we go into executive session and then recuse myself and allow Vice Chair Ka'apu to take over the meeting for the discussion incoming. So I will ask for a motion for the commission to convene an executive session pursuant to section 95-5, subsection A, subsection 4, HRS, to consult with its attorney on questions, issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. Can I have a
Mr.
motion?
Chair, question.
Yes.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So if we go into executive session, then we're coming back to F3, and that is the remaining of the agenda, sir?
After executive session, correct.
Okay, and can I ask you why you're not in executive session? I'm just curious.
I have a conflict. My wife, who is a lessee, is part of Kalima.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
I move.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of going to executive session, say aye.
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 No one opposed. Let's take a minute before we come back, or you guys want to go directly? I'm looking to Vice Chair.
Does everybody need a short break, or?
I just want to warm up for a couple.
Yeah, 5 minutes, please.
5 minutes?
Okay, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank David for taking the Kalima discussion. We are now on agenda item C8. And Ola Ayla.
That would be me.
That is you. And
What item is this?
Eight, number eight.
Charlie 8, C-8.
Yeah.
Floor is
Aloha,
yours.
aloha Chairman, ILA, Commissioners, Paula Ayla, Acting Administrator with the Contact and Awards Division. Here to present C8. The motion is, it's a two-parter. The first part is to approve the rescission of 2 undivided interest residential leases in the Laiopoa Villages 4 and 5, which commenced on December 3rd, 2005. And the second part is then to reinstate those 2 previous UI lessees back onto the residential lease applications wait list according to their original date of application. So that's the motion.
Okay. Can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, continue.
So just to provide some context to this motion request, this has to do with the Laiopoa rent with option to purchase program, the 60 lots that we discussed yesterday. And as you saw in my presentation yesterday for the awards division, I'm always asking, are these lots offer ready before we do a mailing? So in this particular case, again, the question was asked, and Laiopoa is, and I believe it was Commissioner Kaupu yesterday who stated this one is different from the other offerings that we do. So with that framework, I guess I'm asking the commission to look at it with a different lens from our typical process. And what I mean by that is we have UIs in the Laiopoa subdivision 4 and 5. And then we have a rental program of 60 units for tenants that were going to be renters. So in discussion over time with Chairman at the time, AG Jason and Stewart representing LDD, we're trying to figure out how to treat the UIs in an applicant offering, if you will, for lack of a better way to frame it up. And so it's like trying to fit a square peg into a circle, right? So we went through several discussions, probably over a year before we got to what evolved to an opt-in opportunity. And in many different paths to preparing this offering, that's where we ended up. It was an opt-in for the undivided interest lessees to give them an opportunity to be a part of the Laiopoa rent with option to purchase, which technically is not a lease, it's a rental agreement. But over all the several reiterations that we went through, again, over about a year, and trying to stay true to the lease, if you will. The lease does offer an opportunity for either the lessee or for the department to rescind a lease. So using that also as part of a framework, it's like, okay, how do we do this in this particular project? It's complicated. I'm trying to, I don't know if I'm doing a good job of trying to simplify it, but the end result was to provide them with an opt-in. So when we did the mailing, we communicated that for the undivided interest lessees, it was an opt-in opportunity. We also included it in the FAQs that was part of the offering letter. And then we disclose the same information at the orientation meeting to give them fair warning that if they opted in, there would be trade-offs, if you will. So as a lessee, probably the value points of the lease is they're able to transfer that lease to a 25%er. So that's probably the most valuable aspect of holding an undivided interest lease. The other aspect of the undivided interest lease is it is specific to an area. So you cannot pick up a undivided interest lease and move it to another area. So in this case, La'iopua undivided interest lessees, at one point in time, there were 320 to start. We're down to 120. So it's not like they can say, okay, I didn't make it through an offering in La'iopua, so I want to move my undivided interest lease to another area. It doesn't work that way. So it's very limited in that regard. So those are the two pieces that I think are valuable to just put out on the table for your consideration. So in the case of La'iopua UIs, they would only receive offerings for La'iopua. In the last 10 years, I think we did a Habitat for Humanity, which was 10 lots. We did one pre-owned offer about 2 years ago. So that's 11 lots. And then now the 60. So while we're offering opportunities on other parts of Hawaii Island, they are not included in that because they're restricted to La'iopua. So if they opted in, then they would come off of undivided interest. We would rescind their lease. They would now have the benefit of moving into a new single-family home at an affordable rent that, as we mentioned yesterday, is considerably less than what they're paying today. And they revert to an applicant. And as an applicant, with their original application date, they are now able to receive offerings for anywhere on the island of Hawaii. So they're no longer limited to just La'iopua. So when we did Discovery Harbor, applicants got that. Applicants also got La'iopua. Applicants also got the pre-owned home that we had in Hawaii Kai. So I think I'm just trying to describe the trade-offs, if you will. And I just want to make sure I cover everything. Chairman, you want to add?
I would just, stated that in order to opt in for the rent with option to purchase, it's not the usual typical offer. So there was a conscious effort to provide the UIs an opportunity, knowing what consequences were going in. So if they qualified financially and they chose this option, in order to, I think, be fair to everyone, they understood that they would be giving up the UI, but that they would be on the wait list. So the only loss to them is really the ability to have a 25%er succeed them under the UI conditions. And if they weren't able to make this choice, then they would remain as UIs. And the situation is, I think our next group of homes for UIs is probably going to happen next year sometime. 2 years. So it'd be 2 years that they would wait in order to have an opportunity at either a vacant lot or possibly a turnkey or 24 rentals. Okay. So if we wanted to provide as many opportunities for the UIs who've been waiting as long as possible, but still be fair to the folks who are on the wait list and be fair to the other folks who were going to apply for this unique rent with option to purchase. So Going in, they understood that they would have to give up their UIs. However, they would maintain their place on the wait list, which is the action that we're taking today, officially rescinding the UIs because they accepted the rent with option to purchase. And then the second motion is to reinstate their place on the wait list with the original date that they applied for. And there are 2 more that are coming next.
Yeah, so out of the 27 UIs that declared interest in this particular offering, we're down to 4 in total for the 60 unit project that were eligible based on their AMI. So 2 is happening now, and we have another 2. When is that happening, Moana?
Still pending application.
Okay, so they're still pending their application, but if it happened, it would be by October, which is the final move-in date. So from a group of 120, we're talking about 4 that, from our perspective, walked in with their eyes wide open. In some discussions I had, I guess their viewpoint was, I can get something now, right? Versus waiting for, I don't know when La'iopua is going to open up. I don't know when a pre-owned home. So from my perspective and speaking with some of these individuals, they saw it as a bird in the hand now versus waiting now. As a tenant in the rental, they continue to get all these offerings, as I mentioned. They can take those other offerings at any time and move out. Or they, provided we, because we always have when we do the mailing, we scrub the list up to a certain point, right? But what we found on Hawaii Island is it seems like we have to go out to the entire list of 4,900 in order to get a small pool of eligible, whether it's vacant lot, pre-owned, or the rentals that we're learning. So, so we're looking at 2 right now, possibly another 2 before October 30th.
Should they qualify?
Should they qualify? The partners are still doing their full qualification for those 2. So that's the context, the framework for this request.
Questions, commissioners?
So, thank you.
David, then Dennis.
Thank you, Chair. Procedurally, I have a little bit of a problem with this because I think if we were going to affect the undivided interest lessee's interest, I think that probably should have come to the commission before the decision was made on the rental, right? Because I think that's within the commission's purview as what to do with the undivided interest, right? That's not a departmental decision, I don't think. And then the second thing is, I don't see the fact that they're renting at La'iopua as mutually exclusive from their undivided interests. Because what they are lessees now, right, in the technical sense. And their lease is attached to the La'iopua area. So if they're renting, just like if they were renting anywhere, I mean, I don't understand why that would affect their undivided interest. Yes, an offer might come up between now and 15 years. They would still have that option to take the lease in La'iopua, or they may not, and they may end up renting for the 15 years and then getting the lease, but I don't understand why those 2 are mutually exclusive.
I may explain. If that were allowed, it would give them 2 bites at the apple. One would be to accept the rent with option to purchase, and at the same time transfer their undivided interest to somebody who is 25%. So
Correct.
So I guess the decision in consultation with the Attorney General's office was they shouldn't have two bites of the apple.
Jared, can you speak up a little? Can't hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
The discussion that occurred at the time was that the undivided interest lessees should have one bite at the apple and not two bites at the apple. The one bite at the apple would be that they would, if they were income eligible, be able to take the rent with option to purchase, which technically would result in a lease in 15 years. They could transfer their undivided interest to someone who was 50% in their family or 25% in their family. That was the reasoning.
So they can take, so the people that took the option to purchase can transfer their undivided interest.
That was the discussion. We didn't believe we could prohibit them other than by a program that would allow them to opt in.
So these two people can assign their undivided
No.
interest. They cannot, right?
Because they opted into this program, so they have their bite at the apple.
Right. And so the problem that I have is, in the 15 years, there's a number of things that can happen. One, they can pass away. Two, they run into financial issues. They get kicked out, right? Because they didn't make the payment. And so I don't see the trade as being equal. Like opting in, because it's like just having a rental. Essentially, you have no right, you have no vested interest until you make the 15 years. And right now, as undivided interest, they have a vested interest as a lessee, right? Whatever that gives them under an undivided interest lease, which is to them. So anyway, that's my comment. Thanks.
Yeah, I think another way to put, in the many discussions we had was the lease initially was drafted for turnkey projects, is my understanding. So whether that's relevant today or not, I'm just saying that that's what I've learned over time. And thank you, Cedric. When we do an offering, then that lease is going to be turned over in the near future, right? Versus going into a rental and you've obligated yourself to be in that rental, right? You're paying rent, you're providing shelter for your family. And then you're still holding this other piece, which is echoing, I believe, what you're saying, right? I'm taking this bird here and I still have another one that I can use, at any time.
Right, but that's what you're saying they're going to be able to do. That's part of the trade-off you're saying they're going to be able to do. So they're leasing, you're saying if we have other offers that come out, they'll still be able to,
as an applicant,
right? They'll still be able to go get that property. It's just that they won't be in the first position to do that,
correct.
right? Anymore.
Correct. Yeah. So that was a discussion that we went back and forth. I mean, it was not an easy discussion. It was complicated. What about this and what happens if this or not? So as I mentioned, the opt-in was the option that we went with. And so I guess I just look to the commission to give me guidance on whether this warrants, whatever decision you make.
So Dennis, and then back to Remy.
Yeah, so I think this is something that the commission should take under consideration and sort of figure this out. The way I look at it, it's more than one bite, more than two bites of the apple. If a person has an undivided interest and then as a beneficiary, they select a rental, you have to be a beneficiary to select this rent to buy. Now they have two pieces of the apple, and now their undivided interest is only good for that specific area. But if they take the rental, it opens them up to the entire island. So I think that's more than what a regular lessee can come in and say, I want this land. I have no outs. I have a lease. I don't have a second option in my hand. See what I'm saying? So we're allowing them to hold on to that second option, take a rental, which is a benefit as well, because the rents are low. They have two options now. I can hold on to this rental and turn it into my resident after 15 years, or sometime between now and then, I can use my other option and take anything in the island wherever I want to go. So I think it sort of gives an option that other beneficiaries don't have. I think if somebody accepts an award, that the undivided interest should be cut off, because you can only have one thing in your hand at a time, unless you can't have two residentials, whether it's a rental. The question maybe is it a rental rent to buy? It's still a lease. You can't have a lease and another instrument unless it's an ag lot or a pastoral lot. My understanding. Anyway, I think it probably need to have some discussion amongst the commission as to how this should move forward. What's the best way to move forward so we're not sort of stuck with this issue.
Yeah. So just to be clear, while you're in the rental period, you're not a lessee. There is no lease.
But you have to be a beneficiary to qualify or not?
You have to be 50% in order to qualify for the program, the rent with option to purchase. But you're renting the first 15 years of that program.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's only offered to a beneficiary.
Correct.
So
to somebody who's a undivided interest lessee or an applicant.
Or an applicant, yes. Okay, understand. Yeah, it's a little bit different. It's not a full lease, but it is a lease after 15 years. And to get in the door, you have to be 50%.
Yeah, so the other clarification I want to provide is that if the undivided interest is no longer a lease and you're on the wait list, you are only eligible if we have something to offer at that time. Okay.
Understand.
Randy, you had a question.
Yes, so
I'm sorry.
yeah, so given some of the questions coming up for me, I'm inclined to want to defer the matter, but my question is, what was the intended purpose of creating this model for the undivided? Why was this done?
Okay, so the rent with option to purchase came up as a possibility. Now we had to figure out how to deal with how does the department deal with the assignment of applicants to this product? And then the secondary question came up, well, what about undivided interest? So in order to keep it as fair as possible, this, with the advice of Jason, this was a mechanism by which to keep it fair by allowing undivided interests to participate, right? Because they already have a lease, but it's a lease only when the department is able to produce lots. Otherwise, they're not eligible for anything other than in La'iopua when the department is able to have resources to create lots for them to choose. This came up as an option. How do we make this option available to undivided interest as well as applicants? Because that's the two pools of, technically this is in La'iopua, right? So it's a matter of a product came up and we had divided interest and we had a wait list, and we're trying to figure out a way how to be fair in offering this opportunity to both classes of beneficiaries, right? The wait listees and the paper lessees. And I will stop at this moment and see if Stuart has any additional.
Well, if I could just comment and try to end my portion. So I think when it comes to undivided interest, especially coming out of Maui, you know, that's a product that's held very dear to a lot of the people who are on the list. And so in that regard, I think it would have been helpful if it was brought before the commission, because I'm not sure. I think on its face, I think it's a pretty good deal, you know, and we only have 2 people who are qualified. But I'm not sure how this model would be received by other beneficiaries who are part of an undivided pool. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what that may mean for our beneficiaries, and me being kind of unclear about the potential side effects. I just don't know.
So thankfully, right now, we don't have anything like this on Maui. However, the undivided interest list on Maui, which was for a specific area, Waiahuli, because we now have the potential for leases in areas other than Waiahuli. I believe that it was a commission decision to allow for the undivided interest lessees in Waiahuli to choose from any of the other areas on Maui via a relocation effort to be able to the undivided interest folks were like, we're waiting too long. Now we signed up for this area, but you didn't tell us that you were going to develop this area. The situation at Pu'unani is a classic example of this opportunity came up. There's no particular wait list for that area. So per a commission decision, any of the Waiahuli undivided interests now have first bite of the apple, so to speak, before applicants do, until we finish the undivided interest list.
Is that 2 bites of the apple?
It is in that case, but the commission at the time made that decision.
No,
And
yeah, I get it.
And
I just sorry if you did.
No, that's my thing. It's still unclear enough to me in the time that we have to decide that. I'm just a little uncertain about how I want to decide the issue.
Just rethought what you said. I still went bite at the apple because they originally were had a lease for Waiahuli, and then we didn't anticipate having other lots available. They requested the ability via a relocation to be able to choose lots in the other areas that were non-Waiahuli.
My issue is more basic. My issue is the undivided interest was created by this commission, right? It was not created by the department.
Correct.
And so if we're going to affect the interests, the undivided interests, that really should come before the commission to decide what we're going to do. In this case, it seems like the department decided what they were going to do. The department decided what was going to happen to the undivided interest, lease interest, right? By taking advantage of the rent to own. And that's the part that I'm having trouble with, because I don't think the department can affect on its own the undivided interest lease. You cannot, because without commission action, right? So I understand that's what you're trying to do today, but I think that's part of a larger discussion that the commission should have if we're going to change interest. And so this is kind of like the cart before the horse, right? So you guys the department already decided what effect it was going to have and on the undivided interest lease. And then you're coming to the commission to get us to approve that, which I think is backwards. It should be, we should be looking at if there's an intent to change that interest, that should come to the commission first. And then once we make that decision, then in accordance with the commission's decision, then the department can do the planning as far as how that's gonna sort out. So that's the basic concern that I had. So I don't know, I mean, maybe Ryan has, Katie's back.
Yeah. So I understand that, which is, and I'm not arguing with the premise of what you just said. I'm just saying that well, I would say based on the advice that was given at the time, the undivided interest lessee made a choice.
Yeah, but I don't even think the attorney can do that.
Okay.
I still think it
Okay.
has to be
So then perhaps
the
we should-
commission has to do that
Then
with the
perhaps-
advice of
Then perhaps we
counsel.
should take that up in executive session and ask Katie. So commissioners,
I'll make that motion
Okay,
to go into executive session.
do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Give us a minute to clear folks in the virtual room. You can stay for the discussion. Folks have to leave. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Okay, we are now in regular session, but we need a minute to allow anybody to come back in to regular session. Good? Okay. So the second by Helm was withdrawn, and the mover, Patty, you're going to withdraw the motion, correct? The original motion.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Oh, are we in a regular meeting?
Yes.
So
Okay.
we're in, yes, we're in the open meeting.
As a motion maker, I'm going to withdraw the original motion. And the reason for withdrawing my original motion, first of all, state for the record, is that we had discussion, and thank you for staff for all your hard work. I want to make mention on the minutes for the opportunity to put this process through. But I'm glad I'm going to withdraw this motion because there is still a lot of full discussion. To protect myself as a commissioner, I want to make sure I align myself that this motion is going to be withdrawn. It's because administration rules weren't followed. So with that said, I'd like to withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing that.
Yes.
Ryan?
For this item, C8, the suggested staff motion and action is to remove the named lessees as participants in the La'iopua rent with option to purchase program. It's a three-part action. Second, to approve the rescission of the two undivided interest residential lease La'iopua Villages 4 and 5 holders, which commenced on December 3rd, 2005. And third, to reinstate two residential lease applications to the appropriate residential lease waiting list according to the original date of application for the purpose of participating in the La'iopua rent with option to purchase program.
The chair, I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
Okay.
Mike? Okay, thank you for the second, Mike. Any further discussion? Okay, I will go through a roll. I'll ask Leah to do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Wall,
Aye.
Commissioner Helm,
No.
Commissioner Kahu,
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu,
Aye.
Commissioner Namuo,
Aye.
Commissioner Nevis,
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya,
Abstain.
and Chair Ayla.
Aye.
7 ayes, 1 no, 1 abstention, motion carries.
Thank you, Commission members, for that robust discussion. Next agenda item, it's going to take a minute to bring up F3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this the one?
Key.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh.
As we get ready to bring on these folks, thank you for your time. The intent was to provide some professional courtesy to former chair and to listen to his presentation of an alternative method of funding future development. So,
Yeah, here.
okay. Mahalo. Do we have everybody that we need? And good, okay. Who's doing the presentation? Is that Kali? Is that Patty? Who is doing the presentation? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We
Okay.
are actually. Is Alika Costner online? I just want to kind of do a roll call with our gang. Is Cully online? George? Paul? Media? Christopher? Okay. Okay, we can give, where's Alika? Okay, Cully, Christopher, is Paul on? Paul, are you on?
Oh, roll call.
Okay, sorry. Okay, all right.
A long day.
Okay, is Alika Costner in the waiting room? Okay, he said he's now. Okay, Cully, everybody's on.
Great. Thank you, Patty.
Okay, wait, has Alicia put the thing on? Okay, there we go.
Good afternoon, Chair Isla and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity for us to present today. It's been a long day and we thank you for hanging in there a little longer. Hopefully you'll get somewhat excited about our project because we are. It's a new approach to making DHHL's program more interactive and productive, especially in the area of affordable housing. My name is Collie Watson, President and CEO of Hawaiian Community Development Board, a 501c nonprofit development company. HCDB was founded in 2000 and is a 100% Native Hawaiian board. The majority are DHHL homestead beneficiaries. We are one of the few nonprofits in Hawaii that is HUD certified and recognized as a chodo, which means that we have been certified as having significant experience in serving low-income communities and have a solid financial management capacity. Over the past 10 years, HCDB has raised over $100 million for its projects. We have another $200 million in pre-development, closing, and construction. To date, we have completed 6 projects statewide, with our signature project being the Nanakuli Village Center. We also have 6 projects that are in various stages of progress that have been awarded grants, tax credits, or bonds. Hale Makana Mo'ili, our roughly $40 million project of 105-unit Kupuna project, is scheduled to close this month, and we will start construction on that one next month. In pre-development, we have projects in Kihei, Waikapu, and Aiea totaling approximately 600 units in multifamily and Kupuna housing. Our newest project, which was recently on the news, is a 240-unit hotel in Chinatown. I'm here with my development team for this particular project. We have Patty Barbie, our Senior VP at Hawaiian Community Development Board, Keegan Flaherty, a Development Associate of Ikenakea Development, Alicia Aruke, also from Ikenakea Development, Alika Costner from Colliers International, Paul Shinkawa from CH4 Halemanu, anchor tenant and co-developer with us. Also George Pritchard from Suma Farms, an energy crop developer. And also today we have Chris Koiva of CNHA and Lilia Kapuniai, the Executive Director of Papakulea Community Development Corporation. We met with Chair Isla several months ago, and because of the dynamics and complexities of this project, Bill asked that we do a workshop to explain our request to amend our board action, and that basically asks this board to approve what we're trying to do here. On March 19th, 2012, the HHL commissioners approved the issuance of an exclusive general lease to HCDB and Solar City to use approximately 34 acres in Kalailoa for the development, operation, management, and maintenance of a solar power facility and a pilot greenhouse system. After attempting to develop this photovoltaic farm, we deemed it unfeasible because of the HECO curtailment clause and the escalating panel costs. We reevaluated the site and determined that the best use of the property is an alternative energy industrial park. That's what we're here to show you. As you can see, HCDB has gained a lot of experience over the past 20 years, and we have now the expertise to develop this industrial park in partnership with another entity. We are proposing to build an alternative energy industrial park and generate significant revenue for the department. We also propose to share the lease revenue with the department and use HCDB's share to build affordable housing on Hawaiian homelands. It takes approximately $500,000 to $750,000 in pre-development costs to build one project, this low-income housing tax credit projects. And by DHHL sharing the revenue, HCDB will be able to work with the homestead associations to build their community development projects. We are also proposing a tremendous benefits package, which will be explained later in our workshop. I will now turn it over to HCDB Senior VP, Patty Barbie, to talk about our new proposed plan. Patty?
Thanks, Cully. Good afternoon, Chair Isla and Commissioners. I am very excited to share this project with you. I've been working in the housing and community development field for over 30 years, and this by far is the best project that I've ever worked on. It's innovative and something that's never been done in Hawaii before. This is a drone video of the site. It's located in Kailailoa at the foot of Campbell Industrial Park on Malakoa Street. It's 43 acres. For our neighbor island commissioners, this project is next door to DHHL's main offices, and it's approximately 4 miles away. As you can see, it's close to industrial type businesses. It's near the airport, and Malakole is the entrance street to Kailailoa Barbers Point Deep Draft Harbor. So because of its location, this site is not suitable for housing. Several years ago, we hired an archaeologist to conduct an archaeological inventory study and found 27 features. The State Historic Preservation Division requires us to have a 10-meter buffer zone around the artifacts. And we estimate that the buffer zone and unusable area totals approximately 6 to 10 acres. Last year during COVID, we sent our archaeology team, surveyors, engineers, to confirm the locations, and we estimate approximately 37 acres will be available for development. So this is our plan. We propose to have a master plan alternative energy park consisting of 3 types of CPR industrial zone lots. The first type is alternative energy producer base yard lots, ranging from 1 to 8 acres for our biofuel digester anchor tenants. The second type is small base yard lots, ranging from 3,000 to 10,000 square foot for startups and small businesses. We plan on installing solar voltaic panels on industrial type carports for shading and for clean air production. The third type, it will be the standard size lots ranging from 1 to 1.5 acres, which are similar to what other developers are offering nearby. In addition to bringing in the traditional infrastructure, we'll be offering tenants biofuel, batteries, generators, and PV systems for energy. This will be the first type of industrial development that will give tenants the option of not relying on fossil fuel. Our estimated development cost is $20 million, and our financing is secured from private investors. So now I'd like to introduce to you Paul Shinkawa. He's our co-developer and an anchor tenant to talk about our development plans a little bit more in detail. Paul is a lawyer and a real estate developer and has done numerous projects ranging from single family subdivisions, storage facilities, and medical facilities. Paul?
Thank you, Patty. Good afternoon, Chair Isla, as well as all our commissioners. Thank you for being around for this long day. I appreciate it. I'll tell you, we've had a lot of time to, amongst ourselves, to chat and get to know each other quite a bit better. In any event, as you can see from this overview, the site layout created by our civil engineer, we're really excited about the type of use in this project, and we've committed, my company has committed to the design, development, and financing of the infrastructure costs for the entire 43-acre sites. We're doing so and we're enthusiastic primarily because of all the enthusiasm shown by Patty, Kali, and their team, the extremely exciting results gotten by both Chris from the community as well as Alika is for commercial tenants. And we know that this is going to be a very, very robust project involving unique tenants. And we were excited to be a part of that. It complements our overall business very well. As you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, we plan on putting our CH4 Hawaii gas injection site so we can deliver our methane to Hawaii gas. It also enables us to produce gas on site and produce gas and make it available to all the tenants through HCDB. Patty, thanks for that for now. I'll be ready for more questions when ready. Thank you. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Paul. And I'd like to introduce you to Alika Kostner from Colliers International, who has extensive background in industrial and commercial real estate. In particular, he's a broker for Hunt Companies, which currently leases their properties like we hope to do so. Alika?
Thanks, Patty, and hello, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of the call. I am Alika Kostner, Vice President of the Industrial Services Division with Colliers International. And yes, I do specifically focus on industrial zone properties, whether it's warehouses or industrial land. Next page. So just to sort of give everyone on the call a brief overview of where we're at in retrospect of, with the industrial market, it's been a challenging year for us all, from tenants, to landowners with the COVID pandemic that hit last year. It's put our market in a whirlwind, right? And it's kind of got the industrial market scratching their head because as you see some of the bullet points we put up on the screen here, we've had government, lockdowns, business closures, unemployment is in flux. Tourism was shut down, but it's recently returned. Along with all those negatives, we also have a ton of positives. You look at the housing market, right? And the cost of homes and the construction industry still going strong. It's really got us in a state where it's sort of unclear as to where the market is going, right? But when we bring that back down to industrial and what we see happening in our industry, it's still an industry that is struggling for availability right now. And that's one of the reasons why this project is really exciting for our team, is because if you were to go out and you're a small business owner and you wanted to find a piece of property, specifically land to run your business, it's not available in the marketplace. And this project is going to give a great opportunity for local businesses to have a place, a home, to really start their business and help it flourish. Next slide. What we wanted to start off with is just kind of giving you folks an idea of where the industrial market space is at as far as market comps. Although the market is in flux and we're facing some uncertainty, comps do paint a good picture for us in the marketplace. On the left side of the screen, what you see there is your shed space where you've got, say a 10,000 square foot yard and a 5,000 square foot shed. We're seeing those properties, in a range anywhere from 25 cents to all the way up to $1.50 a square foot. And those are rare. Again, when those hit the market, they go quick. So there's not a whole lot of opportunity for small businesses out there. On the right side of the screen there, you're taking a look at just true land yard spaces that are fenced and paved with utilities. Again, those are rare and hard to find. Those range anywhere from 12 to 20 cents a square foot. And I also wanted to add, most of the product of land that comes available, you're looking at a minimum size of 1 acre or above. And that's hard for the niche that we're trying to support here, which is the local small businesses. Those guys ideally are looking in the smaller footprint of 3 to 10,000 square feet. And there's just not a whole lot of opportunity for those guys in the marketplace right now. Next slide. On this slide here, we wanted to give you guys, a good look at how we came to the proposed rent schedule. To give you a little bit of history, as taking a look at the fair market value of improved land, we are in a current escrow transaction that's at $35 a square foot, and that's a property similar in size of 40 acres in the Kalaeloa region. Local seller, local buyer. So that's where we are getting the $35 a square foot. To back into the value of unimproved land, we sort of have to work our way back. And what we do is we take that $35 a square foot, we find the true value of the total area in discussion, which is the 43 acres. The development team has 10 acres of archaeological features and 5 acres of roadside work, which actually gives us 38 acres of usable land area. And when we take out the development cost, we get an unimproved land value of roughly $15 a square foot. Typical ground rents that we see in the market is 7% of the land value, which brings us to the 10 cents a square foot that we have in our proposal. And with that, Patty, I'll hand that back to you and I'll be available for questions later.
Okay, thanks Alika for helping us determine the market lease rent. And based on Alika's analysis, or broker's opinion, we are proposing a starting rent of 10 cents per square foot for the first 10 years and 25% step ups every 10 years. And for the last 15 years, a 30% step up. So over 65 years, our project would generate almost $200 million. That's almost $100 million of revenue for the department. But with our share, we plan on leveraging our money and building a minimum of $20 to $25 million worth of housing each year on a homestead. So over the course of 65 years, if we just do one project a year, that's $2.25 billion worth of housing that our project can put on the homesteads. Next one. But what's really exciting is that our project's benefits go beyond generating lease rent for the department and building housing units. In collaboration with our anchor tenants, we propose a very robust benefits package. We'll have an opportunity for DHHL to have industrial lots available for its beneficiaries, entrepreneur and job opportunities, educational opportunities for high school level beneficiaries, scholarships, internships, homestead grants, business opportunities for agricultural homesteaders to grow feedstock for energy, biofuel and clean energy production to help Hawaii decrease its reliance on fossil fuels. And this will be a model that can be duplicated on all our homestead areas. And DHHL will be a world leader in sustainable development. So now we're going to go into a little bit more detail into each benefit. The first one is our workforce initiative. We're going to work with our general contractor and subcontractors that are going to be installing the infrastructure and target to employ at least 20% of the workers to be DHHL beneficiaries. Plus, ACDB will give homesteaders and beneficiaries first preference for property management, maintenance, landscape, security, and repair opportunities throughout the term of the lease. The next is our Homestead Association grants. Each year, our board members will award a total of $50,000 to homestead communities on Oahu. We're going to have an internship program. Approximately 3 summer internships will be available to beneficiaries, children, and grandchildren, and beneficiaries, grandchildren of beneficiaries. Internships will be available for engineering, alternative energy, finance, law, urban studies, and community development. Our next benefit is called SEED, or Sustainable Energy Education Development. And I'd like to introduce to you George Pritchard, CEO of Sumo Farms, who is also an anchor tenant, to explain a little bit about the the agricultural feedstock industry, his company, and the business and educational opportunities that we're going to bring to this project. George?
Oh, thank you, Patty. Aloha, Chair Eiler and commissioners. Got a mute. I'd like to start with a brief overview of Suma Farms and share what we're doing and why. Suma Farms LLC is a subsidiary of Banner Pacific, as the developer, operator, manager, and facilitator of feedstocks for RNG entities like CH4 Helemanu. Suma Farms' relationship with local farmers allows it to do two things. One, develop an agricultural energy feedstock source like bannergrass, utilizing available lands. And two, to develop a market for this agricultural feedstock to be sold. Bannergrass in itself is native to Africa, has been grown in Hawaii since the mid-1970s. CTAR, College of Tropical Ag and Human Resources at UH, HARC, the Hawaii Agricultural Research Center in Kunia, and the Hawaii National Energy Institute recommend the use of this bannergrass as a sustainable biomass feedstock for renewable energy production. Now, bannergrass, like sugarcane, is planted in rows vegetatively from grafted cuttings. And according to CTAR, HARC, and HNEI, the benefits of bannergrass also include the fact that it's a natural hybrid biomass crop and a source of energy in biogas digester facilities to produce renewable natural gas. It's non-invasive, requires little fertilizer, it's perennial, and enhances soil and carbon sequestration. Its deep root structure holds soil together and prevents runoff and erosion. It's also a damage-proof crop. It's pest-resistant, drought-resistant, hurricane-resistant. And because of its high conversion ability to renewable energy, it reduces the dependence on fossil fuels. This time, I'd like to propose the three parts of our benefit initiatives. Part A of our benefit initiative is a DOE-approved student agricultural science and maintenance program. Upon requesting and being provided approval from the DOE in 2019, Suma Farms efforts began in a partnership with Castle High School and their ag department by way of jointly establishing a propagation nursery for growing bannergrass, really unique for an ag program in the state. That being said, Suma Farms, in partnership with HCDB, may help implement what's being done at Castle High School with DHHL affiliated high school ag programs or on nearby homesteads, along with an emphasis on students of homesteaders with ag lots. Part B, bannergrass growing opportunities for homesteaders. Well, Suma Farms will conduct quarterly bannergrass workshops on how to grow this crop and use bannergrass as a supplemental crop. For growers who complete the workshop and commit to becoming a partner grower, Suma Farms, at its expense, will enroll and schedule 2 growers a month for the establishment of an initial 1-acre bannergrass crop on ag lands located on Oahu, including homesteader lands. Now, this should take care and take away any startup risk for any grower. And once the crop is ready for harvesting, Suma Farms will schedule, harvest, and haul the crop, and then compensate the grower by the tonnage harvested. Part C, sustainable energy workshops and other educational workshops will be available to homestead communities island-wide. Again, in partnership with HCDB as part of our educational platform. We thank you very much for your time. Appreciate being a part of this project, and I'll return the time back to you, Patty.
Thanks, George. Our next benefit is the ancillary business opportunities. And as what it was explained to me, the digester is like a stomach, and like a stomach, it produces gas, but the gas also has liquid and solid byproducts. So we plan on selling these byproducts and creating two ancillary businesses, a methane gas distribution company and an organic soil amendment company. HCDB will be applying for ANA grants to start up these business ventures, and these business ventures will give job preference to hiring and training homesteaders and beneficiaries to the fullest extent allowable by law. So thank you for allowing me to present the project and some of the benefits, and I'm going to turn it over to Kali to explain the rest of the benefits.
Thank you, Patty. One of the biggest benefits of this project is the opportunity for Native Hawaiians to set up their businesses in an industrial park located on Oahu. HCDB is currently coordinating with CNHA to identify potential Hawaiian tenants. We also work with other organizations such as OA to provide Hawaiian tenants with ongoing entrepreneurial training. I've been working with Chris Kuiva from CNHA to help us identify Hawaiian businesses interested in base yard space. I'd like to introduce you to Chris to talk about the demand. Chris?
Mahalo, Kali. Aloha mai kako. Mahalo for the opportunity to speak. My name is Christopher Kuaiva, and I'm a lifelong resident of West Oahu and a small business owner who interacts daily with our Native Hawaiian business community. And I've also worked in the rural development space for several years. I started at a national nonprofit, the Rural Community Assistance Corporation, where we focused on creating sustainable communities through microgrid approaches. Today, I am the loan fund manager across the street at the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement, where I oversee the day-to-day operations and overall underwriting functions of our community, of our Native Community Development Financial Institution. Together, these experiences, RCAC and CNHA, help shape my perspective on the mercantile needs of Native Hawaiians statewide. And Ikehu Park is a long-awaited opportunity for Native Hawaiians because, as many of you know, industrial business owners have been waiting for many, many years for this opportunity. And Ikehu Park not only targets the economic growth of Native Hawaiians, but it also supports the state of Hawaii's commitment to collectively pursue renewable energy solutions. For these reasons, and knowing of the tremendous need for industrial space, I am in strong support of Ikehu Park and highly recommend its approval to move forward. And to further support the need, we will be submitting a list of viable Native Hawaiian-owned businesses interested in obtaining a lease at Ikehu Park. And currently, we have nearly 20 businesses added to the list, and all of them are West Oahu residents. This concludes my part of this presentation. I'll cede my time back to Kali. Mahalo for your time. Aloha.
Thank you, Chris. There's a tremendous demand for affordable housing and community-based facilities on our homestead communities. HCDB has been working with various homestead organizations to provide financial and technical assistance. With the revenue from this project, we hope to expand our impact tremendously. One of the organizations we are currently working with is a Community Development Corporation that represents the Kewalo, Papakolea, and Kalawahine homestead organizations. I'd like to introduce you to someone who has been a strong advocate of Native Hawaiian rights for many years, working with various Hawaiian organizations. Lilia Kapuniai, Executive Director of Papakolea Community Development Corp, will talk about what she is doing and how we can help her. Lilia?
Mahalo, Kali. Aloha mai, Chair Ayla and Commissioners. The Papakolea Community Development Corporation is a 501c3 nonprofit organization established over 20 years ago. We manage and operate the Papakolea Community Park and Center, deliver a variety of programs, and coordinate special events for community. Since 2009, PCDC has been working to achieve the priorities of the community that have been outlined within the DHHL regional plan. I'm here to speak in support of Hawaii Community Development Board in their capacity to develop complex projects. In 2019, we established an MOU to develop a portion of the 14-acre parcel known as Puovaina that's been set aside by DHHL for community-based economic development. After careful consideration, our board executed an MOU because of HCDB's financing capability their broad expertise, and their commitment to reinvest back in our homestead communities. In partnership with HCDB, we plan to build a Kupuna Assisted Living Support Center and a Native Hawaiian Education and Culture Center at Pu'uwaina. To date, we've coordinated a host of community meetings, conducted various studies, and submitted over 30 million in grants. Just this year alone, we were awarded nearly 2 million. And we've partnered with Group 70 International to conduct planning and complete our final plans to be approved by community and submitted to DHHL. I thank you for the opportunity to share just a little bit about our project. If it wasn't for Cully and Patty, we wouldn't be able to move forward with the Kupuna Assisted Living Support Center because one, I am not knowledgeable in complex financing structures and I don't have a team of developers behind me. And finally, there are little to no entities developing in Hawaii and willing to share their revenue or resources with our homestead communities. I think this project is cool and I ask you, and it's quite dynamic. I ask you all to favorably consider and support the Ikehu Park project. Mahalo.
Thank you, Lilia. In conclusion, as you can see, the Ikehu Alternate Energy Industrial Park not only provides revenue for the department, but more importantly, also facilitates the development of affordable housing and generates tremendous business and educational opportunities for our DHHL beneficiaries. It's going to be the first development of its kind for DHHL. With this project, we hope to empower and create partnerships, especially with the department and various Hawaiian organizations, to build more affordable housing, be leaders in the alternate energy and sustainable development, and create an industrial park full of Native Hawaiian businesses. I hope all of you agree and support this project by requesting our proposal would be placed on next month's agenda for action. We thank you again for your time, and our development team is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Hello, Kali. Commissioners, questions?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Patty.
First of all, thank you, Chairman. First of all, thank you to our former Chairman, Cully Watson, for bringing this to the commission, working closely with our new chairman and your vision of having beneficiaries in homes and businesses. I really support your vision, and only because as a resident on Homestead in Nanakuli, I witnessed the vision that you have put in our community, which is one, Hale Makana Nanakuli. Two, we need to show off our Nanakuli Community Center that we have in Nanakuli, and other Makana on Maiili. And these projects, and I commend your vision and your team that you're stepping up. I'm kind of excited because I wanted the commissioners, other commissioners, to know that in April of 2011, our community of Waianae, we had proposed an industrial business center on Lualualei. And we were looking for a business commercial center to offer our business residents to have an opportunity for owning their own business, but also an opportunity to have an industrial site. We all know living in Oahu that Campbell Industrial is really high. The prices are high. A lot of our local business people, they really can't afford there. So we're fortunate that we have right-of-way entries that the department has put on in Kalaeloa to accommodate our trucking companies and other businesses. And that's really important to see our Native Hawaiian business partners to have businesses, especially beneficiaries. By listening to your presentation, and thank you, Chris, Native Hawaiian beneficiary from Nanakuli, working for CNHA, to bring up the point about helping to support Native Hawaiian beneficiaries to have businesses. As we all know, we are in an economically disadvantaged region. We are, and that is truly important that we have businesses, and your business, I mean, I gotta ask you this though. You need to give us copies of your presentation. It's really hard to digest and follow. Trying to write everything down, but Mr. Chairman, maybe we can get copies for us to take a look at if they're going to be, and when they come to the neighborhood board, I mean, not neighborhood board, but when they come to next month's meeting for what you call presentation again, we can have these copies available. It's an exciting copy slideshow that you showed. But our businesses in the West Side, they have businesses that they're doing right now on Homestead, that they park the trucks, they do businesses on the property, which is not Pono. So I think this what you call commercial Ikehu industrial park will be able to help our beneficiaries and get into a business setting with you. The other question that I had was, what is the zoning there right now? Somebody.
Well, this is DHHL land, so the
no
zoning
zoning.
really doesn't apply. But
okay.
Zoning is industrial.
we're proposing consistent with the industrial park.
So the zoning is industrial.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I'm gonna might ask some stupid questions. So under the county industrial I usage, is that also available for bars and nightclubs? Kali?
Well, we weren't thinking of putting a bar or a nightclub at that particular site. It might be a challenge trying to get customers, but I don't know. We can kind of think about that.
No, I'm not requesting. I wouldn't support that. But with the I zoning, with the I zoning, with the county restrictions on I zoning, when somebody come up and get one I zoning, that's something that the community would ask is, are you going to put a nightclub back there? Or are you going to put a bar? Because that zoning opportunity gives you the opportunity to put that kind of
we're not planning that, Maddie.
Okay.
We're not going to do that.
Okay.
And let me just clarify. We're not going according to the county zoning. We're going according to DHHL zoning, which would bring it back to the commission.
Okay, and that's that. Thank you for clearing that. What is the water system? Is it drinking or non-drinkable system there?
Well, we do. Go ahead, Patty.
No, Paul, I would know that. Hold on.
I'm here, yes. There should be adequate use, drinking water available. There's also reclaimed water nearby, right along the through in Campbell Industrial Park. There should be a lot of water for various uses, including industrial.
What about the soil potential erosion? What is that? The ground soil like out there? I mean,
So
they did all kinds of stuff on Kalailoa.
Yeah, it's similar to Kalailoa, but on this side of the canal, I believe the soils are not quite as coral based as they are on the other side. We should be fine.
Okay.
The engineering studies have yet to be completed. We just started.
Okay. Is there an EIS required for this?
No, there's no EIS required, but I think, Patty, if I'm not mistaken, we talked about doing an EA.
EA. Okay. No, I do. I support this idea. I like the idea of beneficiaries first, business beneficiaries. I know you're one of the presenters under the Hunt Development. I'm not sure what your name is, Alika. You made mention it'll be for local small businesses, but I'm going to correct you. It should be made for local small businesses for beneficiaries. But I will be supporting this project. Thank you very much, Kali, your team, for this vision. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for having them here on this workshop. Aloha.
Thank you, Patty. Let me just add that the presentation is in the Dropbox, so all the commission members can have access to it. It already is there.
Okay.
Russell?
Thank you, Chair, and Kali and team. Mahalo. Great presentation. Was actually kind of slick. I was impressed by the choreography, but I wanted to ask Kali. You mentioned that started out as a PV solar farm, and then things have changed and feasibility has come back. That's not going to work. But for that proposal, what was you have a lease right now, or you have a disposition on that parcel that you're changing the use, or is it? Well, what is it? What is the situation right now?
Well, back in March of 2012, when we first started, we were we partnered up with Solar City, and we're planning on putting in a PV farm. During that time period, there was a transition, not only the cost of the materials and panels, but also the return. So a lot of big PV developers came to town. The price went way, way down. We eventually found it not very feasible to proceed with that particular approach. So that's why we're here today, transitioning into a digester, alternate energy, using feedstock in part grown by homestead farmers, as well as the byproducts, creating some other ancillary jobs or businesses. And then more importantly, what I like about this particular project is we're going to create these opportunities for a lot of the Hawaiian business guys out there. That they'll have a place where they can start up their business or relocate their business rather than inundating the homestead areas with all their vehicles and trucks and stuff. But more importantly, we want to help facilitate, just like how we did in the Nanakuli Village Center, make it a viable opportunity. You know, we will be providing discounted rents for the native Hawaiian business men or enterprises. And then
interrupt and apologize. What I was asking was, do you currently have a space on the property and you're just proposing to change the use, or are you?
Kali, let me answer that question. There's no current disposition on the property. Kali them had a right of entry to do some due diligence.
Okay.
Some of that, Commissioner Kaupu, there's some of that information in the submittal that I also prepared, the informational.
Okay, and then it sounds like that's coming back to the commission next month.
The purpose Russell, the purpose of today's presentation was to determine if there's enough interest to go forward by commissioners. So that's the purpose of this presentation.
Okay. So Akali, I'm sorry to interrupt. That's what I was trying to figure out. I'm in support of the project. I think it's
appreciate
Patty said, and wish you guys the best.
Thank you.
Yep. Hello.
Other commissioners, I see. Hold on. I see your hand waving, Zach, and then there's Mike. So Zachary, then Mike.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kali, Patty, and your team. Very impressive presentation. I believe at one time Patty did discuss this with me, and there's potential of even having farmers on Molokai to participate in this program. So that's something that's we can discuss later. But yes, what I'm impressed with is your staff is made out of a lot of native Hawaiians, and you know that to me is impressive. And I hope that we can have more native Hawaiians as leaders in businesses such as you guys. So, but anyway, I am excited about this project because it's going to help businesses in that region, in that area. And like you say, you're going to give the beneficiaries a discount as far as leasing out some of that industrial areas for their businesses. So that to me, that's important, because I'm sure they're paying a high rate right now with other non-Hawaiian properties. So anyway, thank you guys again. Your team, you did your homework, and very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zachary. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Kali, Patty, everyone, thank you guys for that awesome presentation. So yeah, I wanted to, Kahana, I did see that to date, the no formal disposition. So this discussion actually started, like Kali mentioned, back in 2012. And since then till now, I mean, I understand that the business aspect for a solar farm hasn't worked out for the various reasons stated. But has there been other interest in this property from anyone else? I'm just curious.
Yeah, there's been expressed interest on industrial type development.
Okay. Yeah, so Kali, so we're looking to see if we can get some kind of a lease agreement, I guess, to do
Right.
this. Yeah. So what's the time frame, assuming that the commission does approve this project, and we're interested in this? What's any time frame about starting and construction or whatever, engineering, procurement, all that, the whole process?
You know what, I'll kind of turn it over to Paul. He's kind of heading up the development, and you might have a better handle on the time frame. Paul?
From our perspective, and once an award is made, we can begin the permitting process. For the project itself, much of what you see in our preliminary or perceived layouts, we've already started design on. We have our own estimates on what we think the infrastructure will cost. We have our own plans on what we plan on doing around the areas where they're currently unbuildable because of the burial sites. So I would imagine that we will complete our designs in about 3 to 4 months, as much as 5 months if it takes a little bit longer. Depends on the renewable energy aspects of our application. In addition to that, once we submit to the DPP for approval, we're hoping that we'll be able to submit in a timely manner, do the civil work first, the civil grading first, and have construction underway probably within about maybe 9 months to a year from the moment an award is made. By the time we start construction, we should be completed by, if all things go well, I would anticipate by the first quarter, at worst case, second quarter of 2023.
Okay, so I wanted to ask another question on the community benefits. Are the benefits, I saw the different opportunities, but are the benefits focused on any particular areas? Is this Oahu or?
Just Oahu.
Just
Yeah.
Oahu.
Wow.
Just Oahu for now. And what we'd like to do, Auntie Helen O'Connor from Molokai, she's one of our board members. She wants us to go to Molokai already to do one exactly the same. So it's for each island.
We'd like to replicate this on the other islands, Commissioner Kalekini. I think it's a good model, and what's really nice about it is very interactive with the community in a partnership type of setup. But it's also dependent upon the department. We'll generate money for you guys, but at the same time, we want to work with you guys in partnership rather than detached, and make your lands a lot more productive and address some of the key issues, such as affordable housing, such as business enterprise in the industrial area, such as grants and internships, education, all kind of stuff. So it's an exciting project. I hope you guys feel somewhat excited about it too. We'd like to, not only replicate it, but get this one similar to the Nanakuli Village Center. That was another kind of precedent-setting initiative by HCDB. That thing is up. You got medical clinics, you got inline space, we got Hawaiians in some of those spaces. We got a housing project, $14.5 million housing project, helping 48 families, primarily from the Nanakuli area, have a safe and a nice place to live. And then you also have Kamehameha schools in there with a cultural educational center. We want to do this in other areas also. But again, a lot of this costs money. So this is one way to generate money, not only for our nonprofit, but for the other beneficiaries, including the department.
Oh, no, that's exciting. So in the presentation, I've heard something about like power. So all of the different businesses that are eventually planning to be there is going to need power, right? Is that going to be provided by sources from within this 37 acres? Is that what the plan is? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Paul because he has a beautiful answer. Paul?
I'll speak to that, and I'll ask Joyce to get on at some point as well. As part of the infrastructure that we put in, the infrastructure we designed for the entire industrial park is designed to complement all the users in the park. So the methane that is generated at our anaerobic digester site, the same methane that we plan on delivering to Hawaii Gas at their injection site, we also make it available through all the tenants within the property. So the price is, because we're not a utility, but because it's all in one TMK on this DHHL property, we're capable of selling at rates that are going to be considerably less for methane gas than anyone will pay on the outside. George, if you can speak to that, maybe compare the rate, our $24 an MMBTU that we make available to the industrial park. What's the current commercial rate for industrial users?
The current commercial rate from the PUC granted to Hawaii Gas is about $38 an MMBTU.
So at our $24 MMBTU price, the actual power generation using methane on site for each of the units, if they choose to, will come out to less than 9 cents a kilowatt hour. So you know what that means when you compare it to what we all pay for power right now, commercially as well as residentially. So this is power that's going to be more than 50% less expensive, actually closer to 60% less expensive than what we pay for now. And power is quite important for industrial users.
It's a big deal. And so and this methane gas is the Bana gas going to be the stock fuel to generate the methane gas? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, the Bana gas is what CH4, our entities, use through the digester to generate the methane. That being said, our anaerobic digesters are designed to use all sources of organic material. So any green waste is really perfect for an anaerobic digester. But by using one Bana grass that we arrange through Suma Farms and all the farmers that make their lands available for grass, provides us with a very consistent feedstock and provide a better quality methane for each user.
Oh, this is very exciting, you guys. I'm totally supportive of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Patty.
I had one more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask either one of you. You named the industrial park Ikehu. So, as a native Hawaiian, what does Ikehu mean, and why did you pick that name? I'm just curious.
We're bouncing around with different names, and Ikehu means energy.
Okay. Good, great name. So at least when somebody asks me, I know how to respond to that. So it's energy. I think that name fits the industrial park. And so thank you, good luck, and I truly support this project. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kahana.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Kali, I don't know that you've made it clear that the type of disposition that you're seeking is a direct negotiation. Is that correct?
Kali, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. While we're going using HCDB, which is a nonprofit, as you know, under the HRS, there's a certain section where it can be negotiable. And so that's how we did the Nanakuli Homestead Community Association. It was through that particular negotiated process. And, with the flexibility that's allowed to the department and the commissioners, we can negotiate rates. And that's why in the revenue that's going to be produced, we'd like to share that with the department such that we can use it for the projects we're talking about, and at the same time generate revenue for the department based on the market value and revenue we anticipate generating. Of course, there'll be a little bit of adjustment if we start to give discounts to the different Hawaiian businesses that are going to become tenants there. So on both sides, we'd have to adjust the revenue stream accordingly.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the commissioners were aware that that's the disposition that's being.
Yeah, commissioners, just for your reference also on the Exhibit A, page 7, you'll see the HHC authority that was provided for that issuance of that general lease at that time, just for your reference.
Yeah, there was some question today as to statutory authority for the department to do things and for the commission to approve things. So I just wanted to make sure that the commissioners were aware of that. Okay, are there any further questions for Kali or his team? Okay, seeing none, I appreciate the good presentation. I just want to remind commission members that the presentation is available in the Dropbox folder. If you want to go to it to refer to it or refresh any thoughts on it later on, please do so. Mahalo Kali, mahalo all of you for your presentation. We will be in touch.
Thank you. It's been a long day, so everybody take it easy and maybe go home and have a drink. Relax.
Okay, commissioners.
Let me check the monkey pod then.
You're already at home, Kali.
Go to the icebox and get a beer, guys. Aloha.
Commissioners, just a couple of quick announcements. The next meeting is September 2021. It will be likely a virtual meeting like this. With that,
Mr. Chairman.
I will ask, yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I know we have contested case hearing right after this, but I need to be dismissed. I have Nanakuli Neighborhood Board at Kapalehale, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think it'll take no more than 5 minutes.
You sure?
Yes.
Yeah.
I take 10 minutes just to get dressed. I have to take a bath.
Don't worry, you're gonna whip them.
Okay, I'll stay. Just for Ka'apu.
All right. If you can, great. We'll still have quorum. If you need to take off, feel free to go because we still have quorum. What I need is right now a motion to adjourn and then take a 3-minute recess.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? See none, the motion carries. We are adjourned and then ask you all to come back in about 3 minutes as we.
Aloha.
Aloha. I have to take a shower. Aloha.